All right, welcome to the September 11th, 2025 board meeting. My name is Song Oh, president of the board. As we begin, I would like to congratulate and shout out and give this 40-year pin to our member Satinder Sandhu, who recently reached a milestone in his career and having been licensed for 40 years. Satinder, thank you for your commitment, not only to the board, for your years of service to California patients. Oh. There we go. Thank you, Anne. 40 more. 40 more. 40 more. 40 more years. All right, and just a quick announcement. Our Sunset Bill passed the Assembly yesterday and heads to Governor for his signature. We thank members and, more importantly, our staff for their hard work. We look forward to the discussion in the coming months of all things in our Sunset Bill. And thank you for members to adjusting their busy schedule to convert this meeting to a full board meeting due to some time-sensitive closed session items. Next is I would like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing pharmacy law. Where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. As I facilitate this meeting, I will announce when we are accepting public comment. To ensure the board has sufficient time to complete all of the work necessary to complete, I've advised the meeting moderator to allow 3 minutes to each individual providing comments. We'll begin with public comments for individuals attending in person, followed by public comments by individuals participating via WebEx. This approach is necessary to facilitate this meeting. Before we get started, I would like to ask staff moderating the meeting to provide general instructions. Moderator.
Thank you. This is the moderator, and when we do come upon a time for public comment, we will display instructions, but the main point is that you will click the hand raise icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. That's if you're on a computer. If you're on a mobile device, the raise hand button might be behind your 3-dot other options button on your phone or iPad. And if you are a call-in user, you may press *3 on your phone to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 10-second warning, and we do plan to go in order of hands raised. So the hand raise button again is at the bottom of your computer's WebEx screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator Ann. All right, we're ready to take a roll call. I believe Jesse is not joining. Trevor, I believe, is not joining. Renee, I believe, is not joining. We have a new member, Jeanette, but I believe she's not joining. So we're going to start with Jeff Hughes.
Public member present.
Thank you, Jeff. Then we're going to go to KK Ja.
Licensee member present.
Thank you, KK. And we're going to go to Claudia.
Public member present.
Then we're going to go to KK. Jay.
Public member present.
Thanks, Jay. Ricardo.
Ricardo Sanchez, public member.
Thank you, Ricardo. Satinder.
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Satinder. Maria.
Licensee member present. And Mr. President, I wanted to announce that during the first petitioner hearing, I will be stepping out and recusing myself from the ballot.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole.
Licensee member present, and there are no other persons 18 years or older present with me at this time.
Thank you, Nicole. And I'm here. Quorum has been established. All right, I truly appreciate everyone's time and commitment to the board and California consumers. I ask everyone participating today to be respectful of the work before the board today. The board respectfully requests that when comments are provided, they're done so in a professional manner consistent with how the board conducts its business. And before we move to the next agenda item, I'd like to remind board members participating via WebEx to please remain visible on camera throughout the open portion of today's meeting. If you need to temporarily turn off your camera due to challenges with internet connectivity, Please remember to announce the reason for your non-appearance when you turn off your camera. We're moving to agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda items for future meetings. As we transition to public comments for items not on the agenda, I'd like to note that the board received 2 comments requesting board consideration for future discussion on 2 items. These written items were disseminated to members and posted on the board's website. We really appreciate the written comments. Gives us plenty of time to review those. And so with that, we will now accept additional public comment for items not on the agenda. You're not required to identify yourself, but you may do so. I would like to remind everyone that the board cannot take any action on these items except to decide whether to place an item on a future agenda. Accordingly, if your comment pertains to an item on the agenda for this meeting, please make your comment during the public comment period specific to that agendized item. And members, following a review of the public comments for this agenda, we will ask all of you to comment if any item should be placed on a future agenda. As a reminder, this agenda item is not intended to be a discussion, rather an opportunity for members of the board and members of the public to request consideration of an item for future placement on an agenda, at which time discussion may occur. And I don't know if any public comment in Sacramento. Sean, go ahead. Come on up.
Good morning, board. Good to see you again. My name is Sean Kim, speaking on behalf of California Pharmacists Association. Pharmacy professionals are facing 2 urgent challenges that directly affect patient care: vaccine authority and liability gaps, and controlled substance quota pressures following the mass pharmacy closures. On vaccines and liability, California law currently allows pharmacists and intern pharmacists and pharmacy technicians to administer flu, COVID-19, and more, depends on their scope of practice. However, the PrEP Act only provides liability protection when vaccines are administered in line with a CIP recommendation. This creates a liability gap. If pharmacy professionals vaccinate according to other evidence-based guidance, such as CDPH recommendation, AAP, AAFP, or ACOG, those protections may not apply during the time when we have the gap. There are current 3 key legislation that on the floor, including AB 1503, as well as AB 144, SB 144, which are the budget trailer bill addressing these gaps. As a result, providers are left uncertain and patients may experience the delay of the care or the access of the vaccines. We respectfully ask the board to acknowledge this liability gap and guidance to the licensees and collaborate with CPHA to publish educational FAQ. On pharmacy closures and quotas, with the closure of 347 Rite Aid stores in California, many patients have been displaced and leading to increased controlled substance dispensing at neighboring community pharmacies. So our survey analysis shows that there is no clear patient transfer system and no defined pathways to pharmacies to communicate with the wholesalers to timely manner when patient surge occurs. Pharmacies are left navigate unclear quota waiver processes, often when facing heightened scrutiny and complaints. We respectfully ask the board to work with CPHA and DHCS, the DUR board, and the wholesalers to develop a transparent process to requesting quota adjustment when pharmacy closures shift patient demand, as well as provide temporary enforcement discretion and guidance when pharmacies demonstrate good faith efforts to meet the increased patient demand after the closures. CPHA remains committed and working collaboratively with the board and DHCS, DMHC, other stakeholders to address these barriers. Our shared goal is to protect patient access to care, whether that's ensuring timely
10 seconds.
vaccination or preserving access to the essential medication faced the widespread pharmacy closures. Thank you so much for letting me comment today.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate the comments. And no other public in person, so we're ready to go to WebEx. Moderator Ann.
Thank you. If anyone on WebEx would like to make a comment that is not already on the agenda, you may look for the hand icon and click that. The hand is typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen if you're on a computer. If you're on a mobile device, it may be behind the three-dot other options. And our call-in users can press *3 on their telephone to raise their hand. Are there any requests for comment? I do not see any hands raised, so I will close that and turn the meeting back to you, Chair O.
Thank you, moderator and members. Do we have any comments, questions?
Hi,
Maria?
President Noah. This is, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Nicole. You can go.
Maria can go first. I'll go after.
Go ahead, Maria.
I just wanted to state for the record that I really appreciate the board's press releases and informational releases to licensees regarding pharmacy closures and how to fill emergency prescriptions. I greatly appreciate the information that's been proactively sent out to licensees.
Thank you, Maria. Nicole?
Yes, hi. Sorry, my puppy was just running over here. I wanted to follow up on what Sean said. I was actually going to bring up the vaccine issue myself, so I'm very glad that they brought it up. I do think that's something that we should discuss as a board. I also agree with Sean that the controlled substances are causing issues, and getting your quotas changed, if there's anything for any reason that changes your reason, it's so hard. I don't know if there's anything we can do as a board, but I'd love to investigate that further.
Sure, absolutely. Agreed. Just for the record, so that everybody's aware, I'm sure you all are aware, but we've been working very hard to make sure the continuity of vaccine access such an important priority for us. So we are working very hard to try to make sure that is preserved by the pharmacists to be able to provide vaccinations. Also about the quotas, I think everybody who's been on the board knows that we've been working also very hard to do whatever we can do to provide as much education, resources to our licensed regulated public on how to increase quotas. I understand the process is very hard. I went through them myself, and it is a cumbersome, extremely difficult process. So anything we can do, we will continue to do so. And just wanting to make sure that we are fully aware of those challenges. And we'll do everything we can at the board level to continue to help the licenses to be able to take care of their patients. Claudia, did you have something?
Yes. Can you just go into more detail on how the quotas work? I'm not familiar with the process and why it could be something that we should be addressing or looking at.
Yeah, so that's some.
No discussion. So
That's
maybe we
right.
can leave this
Yes.
for another discussion.
Thank you.
We can
Thank
make a
you.
note.
Our lawyers policing us. I appreciate it. So probably can't talk about it today, but we can.
Yes, we can move it for another.
There's a
time.
lot of information we can share with you too. So, all right, members. Just so you know that these will be agendized in some fashion in the future, obviously. So we will continue the discussion. All right, we're ready to move on then to our main event of why, well, not why we're here, but it's part of our main event. We're moving on to the agenda item 3, petitions for reinstatement of licensure, early termination of probation, or other modification of penalty. As included on the agenda, we will be considering petitions today. I would like to, well, first, moderator is our judge here. Not sure who's our judge today, so.
Yes, we have
Judge
Sean
Gavin is what I have it on my.
Yes, and Your Honor, you should have the ability to unmute yourself and turn on your video should you choose. Wonderful, and you're muted still. Certainly.
I see Judge Sean Gavin. There he is. I see Dag Jarvis. And I think
No,
we're just
nothing
gonna.
yet. Judge Gavin, yes, Gavin, there's a small triangle at the side of the mute and unmute button that should let you determine more accurately which microphone you're trying to use. There may be multiple. Did you log in by browser, perhaps? Okay, that gives you fewer customizable options. If you do have the ability to download a new application to your computer, it may be worth it our while to give you a moment to do that and log back in.
Oh, we cannot hear you, unfortunately.
My lip reading is not great.
While you figure that out, maybe best to take 5 minutes. Just for the record, I think the order of it is gonna be our first one is Sutter.
Yes, and petitioner and counsel are both in and have done their mic checks.
Perfect. And the second one is Parissa Khani, and then next is Wasim Arminius, I think is the order that we're gonna go.
Yes, and we have done the mic and camera checks with Parissa, and I do not see our third petitioner in at this time.
The judge drop off.
Yes, I believe he's going to try to download the app and rejoin.
Okay, well, depending on his internet speed, I don't think that's gonna happen fast because it was very slow process for me last time.
Oh,
So
really? Oh, okay.
we'll
My
just take
apologies.
5 minutes. We'll start at we'll just come back at what are we? 10:25. Well, 10:25. Yeah, let's come back at 10:25. Just
All right. Thank you.
I don't
Thank you
want us
everyone
to
for their
just
patience.
sit idle. So see you all back at 10:25. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you.
Moderator, since we're on break,
Yes.
I had trouble logging in through the app. I was unable to do so. It asked for a code and a password, and I tried to put the ones on the agenda in, and that did not work. So I had to log in through the website.
Oh, but
so-
you did have options for turning your camera on and unmuting.
I did,
Interesting.
yeah.
All right.
I am going to try to switch my speakers real quick because right now it's on my laptop speakers and I prefer it to be on my sound bar. So
Okay.
give me 1 second and then I want you to say something. And see if I can
Okay,
hear.
sounds good.
Okay, the change has been made.
All right, and can you hear us still?
I can, and you can still hear me?
I can.
Excellent. Okay, that
That's
sounds
what we
much
hope
better
for.
on my end. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. You're welcome.
And Ms. Fisher, if since we're doing housekeeping, we also
Yes.
have Melanie Horn, who is logged in, but I don't know if she's done a mic test or anything yet. She's going to be testifying for us today too.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. And here you are. And good morning, Melanie Horn. If you'd like, we can do a mic check. You now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hi. Yes. Can you hear me?
It's a little scratchy, but we do hear you.
Okay.
Oh, that's better.
Better. There we go.
All right. And would you like to test out your camera as well? There's a start video button.
Let me get
There
my.
you are.
Do you have background? Hold on.
There's a blur, but if you
Okay.
have a customized one for your hospital or whatever, that's fine.
Okay, I'll get that.
But yes, your camera did work. I did see you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Evan, I'm glad you're here. And we are ready to get back. I got to take a quick roll call. I think that's necessary, Shelley, I would imagine, even though Judge is going to take the roll call again. So we'll just do it, Jeff.
Public member present.
Jeff, KK.
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Claudia.
Present, public board member.
Jay.
Public member present.
Thank you, Jay. Ricardo.
Present.
Thank you, Satinder.
Licensee member present.
Thank you, Nicole.
Licensee member present.
Thank you. And I am here. All right, Judge. It's the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you. First things first, do we have a court reporter here or is this just being electronically recorded?
I think that's Christina's.
Yeah, it's being electronically recorded.
Okay, very good. And then our first petition is Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy. I understand Mr. Chacon represents the petitioner, is that right?
Good morning. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then is there a representative from the petitioner as well?
There are two. So first is Lucy Dunn, and second is Melanie Horn.
Okay, I see those individuals there. Will both be testifying today?
Yes.
And then, President O, do all board members have a copy of the petition packet, which looks like it's 174 pages?
Yes, we do. And I would like to just provide a friendly reminder to our petitioners that all the written materials have been reviewed. So we do ask you all to just provide things that are not in the packet.
Very good. Mr. Chacon, are there any other documents that you intended to submit that are not part of that 174-page document?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So in a moment, I'll take us on the record, and I will have to then establish a quorum of the board members who are present and will be participating in this matter. I'll then turn it over to Ms. Jarvis to present a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history, after which, Mr. Chacon, I'll turn it over to you to present any additional evidence in the form of the testimony of your witnesses. I'll then give Ms. Jarvis a chance to ask any witness any questions, followed by any board member who's participating in this matter will have a chance to ask those questions as well. At the conclusion, I will then invite the parties to briefly summarize what they think the evidence showed. We call that closing argument, of course, but Ms. Jarvis, I realize you're not here in an adversarial capacity. I'll leave it up to your good judgment if you'd like to make closing argument or not.
Thank you.
Mr. Chacon, anything that you would like to address before we go on the record?
No, Your Honor. I think we're ready.
Ms. Jarvis?
No, thank you.
All right, we are on the record in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation of Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy. This matter is being heard before the California Board of Pharmacy with case number 7027. My name is Sean Gavin. I am an administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who's been assigned to preside over this matter. The OAH case number on this matter is 2025-090-103. I'd like to take the appearances of the parties, starting with the Deputy Attorney General.
Yes, good morning. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and I am appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
Good. And for petitioner?
Good morning, Your Honor. Stefan Chacon for Sutter Coast Hospital, Inc., DBA Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy.
Very good. Thank you. And you are joined today by two representatives of your client. Is that right?
Correct. So joined today by Lucy Dunn and Melanie Horn.
Thank you. I will also now go through the board members just to establish a quorum for this matter, starting with President O. When I call your name, just say present or something similar to that.
Present.
Mr. Hughes,
Present.
Mr. Jha,
Present.
Ms. Mercado,
Present.
Mr. Newell,
Present.
Mr. Sanchez,
Present.
Dr. Sandhu,
Present.
Dr. Tebow,
Present.
and then I understand Dr. Serpa is present, but Dr. Serpa, will you be participating in this matter?
Correct.
I'm sorry. The question was whether Dr. Serpa will be participating.
She will be recusing fully from this case, is my understanding.
Okay.
I
All right,
believe she
very
said she was going to step out, so she probably is not viewing
She's not
this.
in the room.
Perfect. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. That those members establish a quorum. At this point, Ms. Jarvis, I'll turn it over to you to present a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history, keeping in mind that the board has had the opportunity to review the petition packet. And so it's not necessary to go into great detail about any of those facts, but you can proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. This matter arose via an accusation filed on November 6th, 2021. This was against petitioner's hospital pharmacy permit and sterile compounding permit, but was mostly for violations of sterile compounding laws and regulations. The causes for discipline were failing to have a sink in the sterile compounding pharmacy. The only sink available for sterile compounding staff to use was located in a restroom. The second cause for discipline was for failing to have an adequate record of training. and compounding staff failed to demonstrate knowledge of sterile compounding practical skills. Petitioners had no written program for training or performance evaluations. 2 pharmacists previously employed had done compounding without any training, and none of the technicians then employed had completed any training. Board inspectors asked the compounding staff present to demonstrate their knowledge of hand washing, garbing, cleaning, and documenting, and noted major deficiencies in all of the staff's knowledge. The third cause for discipline was failing to keep adequate records of compounding. Specifically, petitioner used a system called EPIC and failed to contain all ingredients used to compound products. They did not contain the beyond use date of the final products, and they did not record the final volume of the compounded drug. The fourth cause for discipline was failing to wear adequate clothing for compounding and failing to wash their hands according to regulation. Specifically, compounding staff wore isolation gowns instead of non-shedding gowns, failed to don PPE immediately outside the segregated compounding area, did not use a low lint towel to dry their hands, and wore visible jewelry while compounding. The fifth cause for discipline was failing to have adequate written policies and failing to follow what few written policies they had. The sixth cause for discipline was failing to do an annual review of policies and procedures, and then failing to ensure that the staff also annually reviewed the policies and procedures. Seventh cause for discipline was failing to maintain records of training and competencies for 3 years as required. As discussed above, this is likely because the training simply was not done, so there was nothing to record. The eighth cause for discipline was failing to clean the pharmacy with a germicidal detergent as required by the policies and procedures. In fact, petitioner used only isopropyl alcohol and water for cleaning. The ninth cause for discipline was failing to do required tests to ensure that the process validation and quality assurance prior to compounding, these are tests such as like the fingertips test and things like that, container closure tests. The 10th cause for discipline was against the then PIC, who is not a petitioner here, but just for failing to exercise their best professional judgment and for falsifying the compounding pharmacy self-assessment. The 11th cause for discipline was failing to properly document immediate use compounding and then failing to limit immediate use compounding to limited emergency situations where failure to administer could result in the loss of life or intense suffering. Instead, petitioners used immediate use compounding for several first doses of non-emergent medications, such as supplements and antibiotics. The 12th cause for discipline is failing to ensure that an incoming PIC completed the pharmacy self-assessment and compounding self-assessment within 30 days of taking on that position. And then finally, in aggravation, petitioner had received 3 prior citations from 2016 through 2019, all for insanitary conditions, inadequate records related to compounding, and for compounding hazardous preparations in an improper environment. Petitioner entered into a stipulated settlement with the board for a 3-year probation term. That became effective on July 26, 2023. Therefore, petitioner has completed just over 2 years of probation and is eligible to submit this petition. Petitioner has been completely compliant with probation. In fact, through at least 4 inspections since the probation has commenced, there have been no orders of correction or written notices issued to petitioner. Additionally, the board investigation and prosecution costs of $18,000 have been paid in full. Now, with their petition, petitioner provided the following documents. There was a cover letter. There were 4 letters of recommendation, all of which were able to be verified by board staff. There were 8 consultant inspection reports. There was a written and signed confirmation that all employees had read the stipulated settlement and disciplinary order in this matter. There were written statements under penalty of perjury from each of the board members of the hospital, stating that they had read and are familiar with the discipline, the probation, and state and federal laws governing the practice of pharmacy. There was proof of completion of the remedial education required by the probation terms for the current PIC, who's here today. There was provided all of the inspection reports that have been completed since probation began, and then a copy of the decision and order that was served on petitioner when the decision was initially ordered. And then a little bit oddly in this petition packet, but it's bait stamped, and so these all need to be included, but it was a second copy of these recommendation letters. They're identical, so I assume that they were included the second time by accident. And then there's a copy of the final decision and order as provided on the website that was provided by board staff. Now, just a word on the 4 letters of recommendation. 2 of those letters are from pharmacists as required. Those 2 pharmacists are both employed by Sutter Health. One is the compounding pharmacy consultant, and she is here today, Melanie Horn. And the other is the senior director of pharmacy for Sutter Health throughout the Valley and North Coast, and including this Sutter Coast Hospital. Both of these letters persuasively make the argument that the team working at the hospital today is different than the team when these causes for discipline arose, and that the hospital has expended a lot of effort, time, and money to get this pharmacy and the sterile compounding portion of it up to meet and even exceed the laws and regulations governing pharmacy and sterile compounding. The other 2 letters appear to be from patients who use the pharmacy, and they are very complimentary of the renovations and improvements that the pharmacy has made over the past approximately 4 years since the initial inspection in this case that gave rise to the discipline. Now, at this time, I would like to move all of the documents that I just identified, along with petitioner's license certification, the notice of hearing for this hearing today, the agreement for electronic reporting, and a memorandum to the board from board staff with a probation summary, all into evidence as Exhibit 1. And these documents have previously been uploaded to Case Center and marked as Exhibit 1 for identification.
Mr. Chacon, do you object?
No objection.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then at this time, I will release the floor to petitioner.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Mr. Chacon, if you'd like to make any opening remarks, you may do so now. Alternatively, if you'd like to move straight to calling witnesses, you can do that instead.
Your Honor, I think I'll reserve my remarks just for the brief closing that you had mentioned before, and we can just get straight into the testimony.
Okay, who would you like to call first?
First call Lucy Dunn.
All right, Ms. Dunn, in a moment, I'll have you raise your hand so I can swear you in, and then I'll give Mr. Chacon a chance, followed by Ms. Jarvis and each board member a chance to ask you questions. All I need from you during that process is 2 things. First, please wait patiently and silently while the parties ask their full questions to you before you answer. It will help for all members to understand what the question is and therefore make the most sense of your answer. And it will help reduce or avoid crosstalk because 2 people speaking at once can be difficult to understand. Secondly, after you've been asked the question, please pause a moment, think about what it is you're being asked, answer just that question, and then wait for a new question. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, very good. Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down if you'd like. I'll have you say and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Lucie Dunn, Lucie Dunn.
Thank you. Mr. Chacon, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dunn, can you please state your occupation?
My occupation is the director of pharmacy at Sutter Coast Hospital.
What is your educational background?
I have a doctorate of pharmacy.
And can you list your professional licenses?
Yeah, I have a California pharmacist license.
And can you just repeat what your current position is at Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy?
It is the Sutter Coast Hospital Director of Pharmacy.
Are you the pharmacist in charge there?
Yes, the PIC.
When did you start at Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy?
I started in 2019.
Are you familiar with the 2023 stipulated settlement and disciplinary order and the pharmacy's terms of probation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the steps that the pharmacy, and when I say the pharmacy, I'm referring to Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy. Are you familiar with the steps that the pharmacy has taken to comply with the order and the terms of probation?
Yes.
Did you prepare the letter dated July 30th, 2025, bearing your signature and contained in the petition packet Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Is everything contained in that letter true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Can you generally describe for the board the physical pharmacy facilities and specifically the sterile compounding area?
So we have a segregated compounding area that we use in the pharmacy. It is not a full room, but it is a segregated compounding area that was recently remodeled to meet new regulations.
And can you describe in a bit more detail the nature of those renovations and a little bit of, try to paint a picture of what the layout is and what kind of renovations and equipment you have there?
Previously, we didn't have a sink in there, and now we have a sink. We now have a clear line of demarcation to show from sterile to non-sterile areas. And then we had a new hood installed as well.
Where are training records for pharmacy staff maintained?
We store them in an online system called Pharmacy Stars that keeps all of our training in one area that we can pull up, and it lets us know when things are due, and it keeps all of our training in one area.
Are those records up to date?
Yes.
Has the pharmacy complied with all of the terms of probation set forth in the 2023 stipulated settlement and disciplinary order?
Yes.
If the terms of probation are released, will the pharmacy continue its present practices with respect to training, safety, quality, and record keeping?
Yes.
Are you prepared to answer questions from the board regarding the pharmacy and its compliance with the terms of probation?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Jarvis, any cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a brief question. So, Dr. Dunn, you stated that you began working for Sutter Coast in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
When did you become the PIC?
In 2023.
Okay. And do you recall what month that was?
No, but I think it was like August, September, around that time. It was like later in the year.
So was it then after the pharmacy was placed on probation?
No, it was about 2 to 3 months before.
When you took on the job as PIC, did you know that the pharmacy was going to be going on probation?
I did not.
Did you know of the pending disciplinary action at that time?
No, I did not.
Had you known of that, would you have accepted the position of PIC?
Looking back, I still would have, but it would have been nice to know to start with.
Have you ever been PIC in any other pharmacy?
No.
Have you observed other PICs working in other pharmacies?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea or any articulation of how being a PIC for this pharmacy on probation is different than working for any other pharmacy that's not on probation as a PIC?
Yes.
And can you explain that?
Well, you are much closer to the board. You have to submit things more frequently. I felt a sense of pressure as well because if you're not on probation, it seems like you can not make mistakes, but I feel like I was like walking like a really tight rope because I wanted us to look really good and I wanted us to put our best foot forward so we could get off probation. I felt kind of like you can't make a mistake because you've already made so many mistakes. And since I was taking on this, and as a new pick, I had mistakes to make that made me nervous because I was learning my job. This was my first job as a PIC. And so it really made me have to learn and know everything because I felt like I didn't have that leeway to make mistakes because we had already made so many. And so I think that's how it was different than if we had not been on probation. Not that I want to make mistakes, but there are learning curves to being a PIC. There are learning curves to taking on new jobs. And it was a much more serious thing to make a mistake than if you're not on probation.
While you've been PIC and the pharmacy has been on probation, have you had communications with your board inspector who inspects every so often?
Yes.
And has that been helpful while you've been on probation and learning the ropes as a new PIC?
Definitely.
So once you became PIC and you found out about the pending disciplinary action, were there any steps that you felt that you had to take sort of above and beyond what a sort of standard, if that is indeed a phrase to use, a standard PIC would have to do? Like, what specific actions did you feel you had to take?
Well, we had to retrain all of our staff accordingly. I had to do self-assessments quarterly, which a normal PIC only does every 2 years. And so self-assessments, the two I had to do was roughly about like 60 pages. And it was helpful because that is the law that they want you to follow. So having to look at that all the time was helpful and helped me keep making sure that our pharmacy was in check and following things, because having to do 4 a year versus 1 every 2 years, you're constantly looking at the laws and regulations. I would say that those are the two biggest thing, is the self-assessments consistently, just to make sure that like I was familiar with the law.
And then you mentioned, obviously, there's a learning curve with becoming a PIC. Do you feel that if you were released from probation early, and I say you as the pharmacy, obviously you're not on probation, but if the pharmacy is released from probation early, do you believe that you would be able to maintain the level of sort of lack of mistakes that you have been able to do now? Like, your learning curve is over, you've caught up, or do you feel like you still have a lot more to learn once you go off probation?
No, I definitely think that I can maintain this, and I understand my job, and I understand what we need to do to keep patients safe and keep our pharmacy compliant with the law.
And then I believe that while on probation, you've had, if not quarterly physical inspections, you've at least had quarterly contact with your probation monitor. Are you aware that as a sterile compounding pharmacy, you would still be inspected approximately annually?
Yes.
I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jarvis. President, as I recall, you like to go last in questioning among the board members. Is that right?
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for remembering that.
All right, we'll start with Member Hughes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Jha.
Yes, Your Honor. I have a couple of questions, if permissible.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Dunn, so how many quarterly self-assessment you have performed thus far? Oh.
I would say 8, but that's just a guess because it's been 2 full years. I had to do 1 initially and then 1 every quarter, and then my last one was in July. So I'm pretty sure 8, but it's 7 or 8. I don't know for sure.
That's okay. That's fine. So since the probation started, did the pharmacy change any nature or type of items compounded at this pharmacy?
No, we have not changed the type of items compounded.
Did the pharmacy start any outsourcing of products that pharmacy would have previously compounded on site, but now they may have decided to send to a third-party pharmacy?
Yes, we did.
And what were those products, if you can recall?
So for sure, Versed drips, we started getting those premixed. Levophen, we started getting that premixed. And Pitocin are ones that come to mind right off the bat.
And why was that decision taken?
I think it was overall easier to have it available because we are not a 24-hour pharmacy. And so having premix or stuff with longer dating, we only have an SCA, so that's only 12 hours available in the Pyxis, especially for Levofed and things like that of emergent nature, to have that more easily accessible to the nurses when we are not here.
Is there a on-call pharmacist available when nurses take those products?
Yes.
And going back to the selection of those outsourced or newly purchased products, was that decision taken with probation in mind, or was it purely a business decision to ease the operation?
No, it was more of an operational standpoint.
Okay, no further question, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Ms. Mercado?
Yes, good morning. You have mentioned that when you started your job that you were hesitant that you might make any mistakes and there was no leadway. Can you maybe explain it to us a little bit further about what human errors or technical errors you might have faced as a new employee?
I was just thinking about stuff like the self-assessment. I mean, my boss did tell me, but I had no idea that you had to even do a self-assessment until he told me when I was taking that on. Things like renewing our DEA license, renewing our pharmacy license. Like I had never done anything like that before. Just managerial stuff to keep licenses. And while I understood sterile compounding and all of that, the like regulations of like how many times a year, I was just doing what I was told as a pharmacist, but then as a PIC, you're the one who needs to make sure that everyone in the department is compliant, and you're the one now telling people what they need to do. It's your responsibility as the leader. And so just knowing what everyone needed to do and for what the pharmacy needed to do to be compliant.
Thank you. And now, given the renovations and all the training and the inspections, do you think there's any room for error? And if there's error, what kind of error may occur?
I think that it's a little prideful to say that there's no room for error, but any error that I can see, I do try to account for, and I try to do the best that we can and obey all the laws and make sure that we are following things the way that we should be by the book to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Do you feel that you've protected the public to the best of your abilities with Sutter Health support? Do you have the support of the organization? Yes. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Mr. Newell?
No questions.
Mr. Sanchez?
No questions.
Dr. Sandhu?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a few questions. Dr. Dunn, you said that you started as a pharmacist in 2019 and you became PIC in 2023, right?
Okay. Actually, I want to make a quick correction to that.
Okay.
I became PIC in 2021 when it was first, I'm sorry, in 2021 when this was first brought up. This was first served to us in 2021, but it didn't go into effect until 2023, and that's why I got my dates a little mixed up. But I have been PIC until 2021, and then it took 2 years for us to actually come to terms of probation. And then, so I'm sorry about that. I did just realize that I messed those dates up, but I became PIC in 2021, and then this initial thing was filed against us, and then the probation became a thing for real in 2023.
Thank you for clarifying that. But you started as a pharmacist in 2019.
Yes.
Okay, and so during that time when the pharmacy, I assume that the practice that's highlighted during inspection was the case when you became a pharmacist. Is that correct?
Will you say that one more time?
Like in deficiencies that were identified during the inspection were going on, like no training, saying so on, while you were a pharmacist as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you at that point, because I'm trying to understand. So because of your no training involved, you didn't think there was anything wrong that was happening. As far as you knew, everything was being compounded according to your understanding.
When this happened, I just started. I had only been a pharmacist for 4 months and I had never worked in a hospital. And I cannot say for sure, but I don't think at that time I was even tested yet to sterile compound because I was just learning verification and I was per diem to start with. So I literally had no idea what was going on. I just heard that we were in trouble and I honestly didn't. I had no idea. I had no idea what we were doing was right or was wrong or anything.
Thank you. And the last question, I just want to understand, like from going from that state to being a PIC and learning all that you need to do, how do you today in your daily practice outside of board mandated to ensure proactively that the practices inside the pharmacies are safe and protecting public? Like how do you proactive? What kind of, just walk me through like some of the things that you do proactively to ensure that the pharmacy is in compliance and public is protected.
I do read your guys' newsletter that you put out because obviously that's what's important to you. Recently it's been kind of easy because the new USP 797 has come out and I think it came out in November and our inspection is right after that. So I had to really know that and be ready in 2 months for the next inspection and make sure that I knew those new laws. And there's been a lot of new things coming out. And then again, you guys just released your new set of laws and finalization about that. So lately there has been a lot of things coming out that you have to stay up to date with. And then I do think that our consultant, she holds compounding and compliance meetings monthly that is to keep us all on track and things like that. And Sutter does provide education. This is what you're supposed to be doing in case I do miss something. Sutter is there, like, you need to be doing this as well.
Thank you for sharing that. That makes me feel better that you're taking proactive steps, as you have found out that there's always constantly changing. The training is not just one time and done, and you have a commitment to continuing. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Tebow, any questions?
Yes, please. Thank you. Hi, Dr. Dunn. Thank you for being here and speaking with us today. I just wanted to ask about, I have been I'm not currently a PIC, but I have been a PIC for many, many years. And right now, while you're on probation, you have a lot of support. You have, the routine inspections, you have the consultant coming in. If we end probation, you're actually going to lose a lot of support. So can I ask, what things do you have in place to replace that support, or what resources do you have that you can use when you don't have the consultant, when you don't have the board inspectors coming in?
So I think that ultimately I will lose support. I feel like due to having to do the self-assessment every 4 months, I feel like I do know the law fairly well now and what is expected of me. I do think I will lose the inspector coming, but I know that Melanie is seriously always available. Like, she might not be coming to visit, but if I have a question, whether it regards this or not, she is very responsive and very helpful. So I will not lose that asset, and that's still a part of Sutter that helps me. And like I said, there is still compounding and continuous things. We have quarterly director of pharmacy meetings. We have monthly meetings regarding sterilization and compounding. So we have these things in place at Sutter that either I attend or I have one of my technicians attend, that we can still stay up to date. So there is definitely help that I am able to get. There's other resources that I have that I want to reach out to, and I am willing to do that on my own without having to have these routine check-ins. I want to stay proactive and want to keep things going smoothly.
Thank you. And do you personally feel comfortable with going off probation and being responsible for these things without those extra guardrails in place?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you. And President O, any
Thank
questions?
you. Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. So, just kind of trying to understand, because we don't want to repeat the history. Could you just walk me through of why and how this pharmacy, before your time as PIC, but as best of your knowledge, got into this situation?
I worked here for a few years before this happened. And in a polite way, I feel like the people managing this pharmacy before me were not able to do their job and should not have been in that position and did not take the responsibility of it seriously. And I am not trying to fault anyone else, but I am saying that I do understand that, and I understand that what my job is, and I take it very seriously. And I was PIC for 2 years before this probation came to fruition. Technically, like, I had an inspection in 2021 and in 2022, and my inspections were very good and I had no findings. And it is very important to me to have a good standing with the board, safe care for my patients, and a good hospital pharmacy that provides clean medications and good care to people.
Gotcha. Thank you. And, you know, in healthcare and in hospitals and anywhere in pharmacy, we try to make sure that it's a system that's working, not the person, right? So I don't want this to be, oh, it was that one person, but it is possible that it was just one person. So having some understanding of the history, was your organization supportive of the PICs before and now? Would you say in the before time? Were they supportive?
I would say yes. With the two previous directors, I saw consistently people from higher management come here and try to assist them. And I'm not sure about the resources available to them because I was not as involved and I don't know, what meetings were on or anything like that. But I know that their one-ups were here frequently trying to help them out and coach and counsel them. They were checking in with us as a staff and they were trying to see if it was a fixable situation or not, but they were engaged in helping.
Got it. Thank you. And last question, obviously everybody wants to be off of probation without saying the obvious, but is there anything specific that you would like to be off of probation for? Is there any reason that is other than just obvious you guys are doing a good job and you would like to graduate early? Is there anything specific?
Selfishly, I do not feel like this is a reflection of my work or the current team's work. And I feel like it is it's just not a good reflection of what we are trying to do as a pharmacy and how far we have come. And I do understand, and I honestly agree that changes needed to happen and that this did need to happen, but it is just not a reflection of the current people who work here and the care that we provide. And I just want to be able to show people that we have progressed and we have gotten better and we have learned to do better and just be better overall.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chacon, any follow-up for your witness?
Just briefly, Your Honor. You were asked this question in one form, Ms. Dunn, but I'd just like to ask you again, give you a chance to expand on it if there's anything that you left out. But in your role as PIC, do you feel that you have support and resources from the hospital and from the Sutter Health leadership to do your job effectively?
Yes, I do. I think that there are many avenues of resources that Sutter provides for me to reach out to get information in order to stay with the changing laws, stay relevant, know what is expected of me. I am not worried about that at all.
Are there people that you can call on to provide guidance or support when facing a new challenge, something you haven't encountered before, or a difficult decision?
Yes, I definitely ask Melanie a lot of things related to sterile compounding. I ask my boss, Jared, a lot of things related to just managing and regulatory things like that. And then we have a clinical liaison relevant to clinical programs. And those are my three top people, but there are more. I mean, there's people for Pyxis, there's people that you can reach out to for maintenance. There's all kinds of things, but those are my three resources for clinical, sterile compounding, and then more legality. We also have people for the DEA and controlled substance monitoring that help you if there's anything regarding that. So there are many different avenues and people that are available to you.
The board will be hearing from Melanie Horn in just a moment, but you mentioned two other kind of key positions as part of the three people that you go to the most. Can you just describe and let the board know who Jared is that you referenced? And you also mentioned that there was a clinical liaison that you work with. If you could just kind of say who they are, what their kind of titles and roles are, and explain a little bit how it is that you go to them for help.
Yeah, Jared is my boss. He is the senior director of the Valley Hospitals, which also includes my hospital. I usually go to him for general questions regarding the law or managing if I have trouble with employees, because I am also a overall new manager, just how to navigate situations like that. If I have questions about the law, he usually will tell me who to go to, or he has resources of like, oh, this person knows the most of this law. Laura is our clinical advisor, so she is basically in all of our clinical programs that we're supposed to be taking on: transitions of care, MedRec, antibiotic stewardship, anticoagulation management, in medication overuse, things like that we're supposed to be evaluating, and how we can look at these patients and what programs that we are supposed to be keeping up with and improving our clinical practice and giving care, things that go outside of sterile compounding but are still part of patient care.
And is your access to these individuals a function of the fact that Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy is on probation, or are these resources that you have regardless of the probation?
Regardless.
Do you feel that if the probation were lifted, you would have the same level of access to these resources and get the help you need?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Jarvis, any follow-up?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
I won't do another roll call through the board, but if a board member has any question, just go ahead and speak up. All right, hearing none. Mr. Shkun, do you wish to release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jarvis, is that okay with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Dunn, thank you for your time and testimony. You are released as a witness.
And Judge, if I could, I would just ask that Ms. Dunn stay on as client representative.
Yeah, that's just fine. All right, and you have one other witness to call, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, Melanie Horn.
All right, Dr. Horn, you were present when I gave Dr. Dunn her instructions, so I won't repeat them, but I will have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down if you'd like, and I will have you say and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Melanie Horn, MELANIE HORN.
Thank you. Mr. Shkun, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Horn, could you please state your occupation currently?
Yes, I am the director of sterile compounding for Sutter Health. Formerly, when I was provided this role, I was the clinical coordinator.
And it may be just worth your giving the board a picture of your timeline at Sutter Health. So when did you first start there?
I started in 2013 working at our flagship hospital in Sacramento as a pharmacist there as just an operational pharmacist. And then I transitioned into supervisory roles and then moved into the clinical coordinator position for sterile compounding in 2021, actually June of 2021. And I have been in this role since December of last year, where I was promoted to the director of compounding.
And what region does your role cover?
I cover all of Sutter Health. So compounding can span beyond pharmacies in our physician office, allergenic extracts. So I cover down to Santa Barbara, all the way north to Lucy at the Oregon border at Sutter Coast Hospital in Crescent City.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biochemistry from UC Davis, a doctorate of pharmacy from the University of Pacific. I completed a hospital inpatient residency at Kaiser Permanente. I am board certified in sterile compounding by the Ford Pharmacy Specialties. I also have completed specialty training via the Critical Point Boot Camp, which specializes in compounding as well as hazardous drug handling education.
Any other professional licenses or certifications that you haven't yet mentioned?
Yes, I am licensed as a pharmacist by the Board of California.
And in your current role, what are your general job responsibilities?
I serve as our organizational leader and subject matter expert. I help to oversee our system-wide compliance to compounding as it relates to USP 800 and USP 797 and all other standards, laws, and regulations.
What do you do to stay up to speed on all those laws and regulations?
I do quite a bit. I stay active in our both our state organization. I'm on the California Society of Health Center Health System Pharmacists Compounding Task Force. I participate in board meetings actively and advocate for our laws and regulations. I do annual professional organizational meetings. I go to ASHP, to CSHP conferences. I complete ACPE accredited compounding training, as well as host and moderate for webinars, speak about compounding, as well as just conduct my own research to the latest information that's available out there around compounding.
Have you visited the Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy?
I actually took my role in 2021, and I was able to visit the Sutter Coast Pharmacy on 2 separate occasions immediately following my hire, as I visited all of the compounding locations in Sutter Health. I was not aware at the time of issues related to Sutter Coast Hospital. However, I also became appointed as the Sutter Coast consultant inspector. So I have completed 8 routine quarterly in-person inspections of Sutter Coast since the stipulated settlement has been established.
And that appointment, that consultant appointment, that's the Board of Pharmacy, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so in your role, both with Sutter, but also as the board appointed consultant, have you become familiar with the 2023 stipulated settlement and disciplinary order and the pharmacy's terms of probation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the steps that the pharmacy has taken to comply with the order and the terms of probation?
Yes, I am.
Did you prepare the letter dated April 30th, 2025 and bearing your signature that is contained in the petition packet?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct all of the consultant inspections, the forms of which are contained in the petition packet?
Yes, I did. All of them in person.
Is all of the information contained in your letter dated April 30th, 2025 and in your inspection reports true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
When you conduct your inspections, is your assessment influenced at all by your employment with the Sutter Health System?
Obviously, I'm influenced by Sutter Health in that I want what's best for Sutter Health patients and for our Sutter Health hospitals. However, my role in coming in as an inspector is very much separated, and I look at them with a very critical eye and make sure that there is nothing that would impact or harm California patients or our Sutter Health patients, which are one and the same. So I am not influenced in any way by the fact that I am employed by Sutter Health, but serve a very critical role to the board in order to maintain public safety.
At any point in the last 2 years, as you've served in this role as a board appointed consultant, have you felt that you could not be honest and objective in your assessment of the Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy?
No, absolutely not. I have always felt that I could talk to both our supervisor and inspector, our probation assigned officer, as well as to notify Lucy of any of the issues that we have identified during an inspection.
Can you generally describe what takes place during your inspection of the pharmacy?
Yeah, so I prepare an agenda for the board and provide that in advance and get approval. And then we have dates that those inspections are mandated to be completed by. I tentatively give the Sutter Coast Hospital idea of when I will be arriving, but they don't exactly know which day. It's usually a window of about 3 to 4 days. I arrive in person, and then I have the opportunity to walk through the pharmacy and witness operations. I spend time doing conference with Lucy as well as her designated persons for compounding. We review the operations. We'll watch and see actual compounding occurring or cleaning happening at the time of my inspection. So we time that to where we can capture or see any of those if they're occurring. The pharmacy is just a small space, so we'll kind of defer that time. We spend time doing overview of all of her records. So we'll look through anything that has happened. I'll look for any previous inspections from the board, as well as look through all of her regulatory compliance documentation for cleaning, training, record keeping of any of her required elements. And then I'll do a physical walkthrough of both her pharmacy, general pharmacy spaces, as well as her compounding pharmacy. I will look for everything under the sun that could possibly be something that could be a finding or out of specification. And then once we've done that, we do an overview. So we'll go through any changes that have happened since the last time I was there. We'll look through and talk through certification reports. We'll make sure that any quality assurance reports have been investigated and looked at. And then I'll kind of open and broaden up to more of the general pharmacy inspection information beyond compounding. And I'll try to capture any of those requirements specifically related to any new regulations that the board has either talked about and discussed in the meetings or have released. For instance, or example, Pyxis changes that have come about over the last 2 years while they've been in probation, making sure that Lucy is prepared for those, and then asking if she is in compliance with any of those changes or updates that are pending or coming.
I think you mentioned before that you started in your role as Director for Pharmacy Sterile Compounding in 2021. Is that right?
I actually was promoted, and the role was what was called a clinical coordinator. And so I didn't have a director title at the time, and they have since transitioned that since December of 2024. The position is now considered a director from a clinical coordinator.
Have the responsibilities changed from what you did as clinical coordinator to what you do as director now?
They have not.
Okay, and was I accurate that
Yes.
move to clinical coordinator took place around 2021?
It did, June 1st, 2021.
And so between June 1st, 2021 and when the terms of probation were agreed and imposed in the summer of 2023, can you describe for the board your interactions with the Sutter Coast Hospital pharmacy and anything you did to help them get into compliance?
Yeah, actually, interestingly, when I took my role in June, I think within 60 days, I had made the trip north to Sutter Coast. And at the time, the previous PIC director was Ram Malhotra. So he had replaced Megan, who was present during the original findings. And so I had actually gone and inspected and really sat down with that particular director to try to understand where their current state was. And so actually actively engaged with him in regards to regulations, what needed to be done, then subsequently learned from our previous Valley director, who was prior to Jared Mills, Ryan Stice, in regards to there was disciplinary action already underway for Ram not meeting the requirements of what was needed at Sutter Coast. And so then we started on the pathway. We had construction that was already slated to bring the sterile compounding areas up to compliance. And so started to really work with Ram to really make a transition. They did subsequently decide to replace Ram with Lucy within just a few months of me taking the role. And so he was transitioned out, and then Lucy was brought in to take Ram's place. And then from there, the construction had finalized, and we reopened the sterile compounding space with fully new facilities. It's a segregated compounding area with walls and doors. We have HEPA filtered air. It meets ISO requirements far exceeding a segregated compounding area. We have washable walls and ceilings. We have recessed fire sprinklers. We've got nice Nora flooring, which is a hospital grade flooring. Everything in the room is high end, up to date. And so we were able to really take a space that was not conducive to sterile compounding and bring it to what would be considered a very, very high standard. And so Lucy was able to move into that role and really take the reins and start kind of a new period for Sutter Coast and its operations.
And staying with that time period, 2021 to 2023, can you talk a bit about any efforts that were made in terms of staff training and qualifications?
Yeah, so right away, once the deficiencies had been identified through the board's actions, right away, most of those had been worked on to be remediated. At the time, I didn't have a lot of direct influence on the media fill testing or the documentation. However, we did incorporate standardized requirements around how people are done media fill testing, having checklists, going through and getting all of those policies and procedures in place, getting them copies so that they could implement them for their facility, getting people trained. We've since implemented compliance software that allows for standardization across our system. And so Lucy is able to have an automated system where all of the information of who's got to do what. It's all pre-programmed. It holds it all in one place, all of our record keeping, all of our CAPA documentation. And then she's also able to have those be standardized across our system. So we have a committee that's able to look at those requirements and then make sure that they're the most up to date so that we're all doing the same thing. She also treats all of her people as compounders, and so everyone is getting biannual didactic training throughout. And so she was really able to take the reins and transition pretty quickly in 2021. And since 2021, we've been on a pathway to really standardize and then make sure that we have, like President O said, not just people, we have systems in place that do a check and balance to make sure that she has the tools in order to be compliant for her pharmacy.
So fast forward to today, based on your observation, does the staff's training and qualifications meet or exceed industry standards for compounding pharmacies in California?
Yeah, and what I want to say is that Lucy's team, when they completed the board requirements in 2023 during a stipulated settlement, they actually completed 11 hours of training. The board mandated 5. We provided them with 11 hours. 4 of those hours were in-person, ACP accredited, a training program that I put on based on my experience with the Critical Point Boot Camp. We did teach back, we did simulated exercises. We went through and taught to the entire staff. So they completed 11 hours that first year in 2023. In 2024, they turned around and completed 7 hours of CEUs of ACP accredited compounding related training, which is far exceeding the requirements of both USP as well as the CCRs that the board has released. This year, they've completed over 4 hours of ACP accredited refresher training that continues to meet all of those board requirements, as well as performing all of their biannual performance-based competencies. So yes, by far exceeding.
And if the probation is terminated, will those training requirements, kind of ongoing training requirements or training requirements for new hires, will that change?
No, they'll continue to have mandated training through our system. One additional factor that neither Lucy or I have actually mentioned is that Lucy also has a nice local support system that she has advocated for and developed, and that is the role of what are called operational designated persons who do the work daily and are really owners of that space. She's been able to advocate for that, and her organization has recognized the importance of her having those supportive roles in her operational staff. So she has an excellent technician that runs her program, and then a pharmacist that they're both her competency evaluators. They're highly trained. They take it very seriously, and they're there doing that work and supporting her, seeing the operations and making sure that the day-to-day work is continuing and that the staff know exactly what's going on. As well as her system support, I think that, you know, both myself as well as our collaboration across our system is just really different than it was in 2016, 2019, 2021. We've really changed and turned a corner. And so I like to think that Lucy, if she had any needs for support, there is no lack of support available to her depending on what area it is that she needs assistance in.
Do you have confidence in Lucy's ability to handle the role of PIC if the terms of probation were to be released by the board?
Absolutely. And another thing I want to mention is even when Lucy took the role, I was new in mine. And so that transition for a new PIC or a new director is actually very challenging. And we have kind of a better support structure now where within that time frame, the first 30 days, either myself, I go and with the new PIC to help them with their sterile compounding self-assessment, to help them understand how to fill it out, what it means, what the requirements are, so that they really step off and have a much better time period between kind of that learning curve and having internal resources be available to them right away. As well as I think that for Lucy, she has really had the opportunity to have a very big magnifying glass over all of the board requirements for the last 2 years, so much so that we're now just nitpicking at anything that we can do to just have her do something to another higher level that's already beyond what the board requires. And so I think it's her opportunity to fly and really continue to show how wonderful Sutter Coast is doing and how great their operation is. And to Lucy's point, the posted notice of probation is really something that's now reflecting on her when her team has really stepped it up over the last 4 years, not just the last 2 that she's been on probation.
From your standpoint as the board approved consultant for the pharmacy settlement terms, do you believe that the pharmacy has satisfied all of its terms of probation over the past 2 years?
Yes.
And if the pharmacy's probation were terminated, do you believe that the pharmacy would continue to meet or exceed all industry standards and legal requirements?
I have no doubt under Lucy's leadership with the team that she has that she will continue in the path that she's been on.
If Lucy asks you to go and visit to help her with something, are you still available to do that if the board were to release the terms of probation?
Yeah, as a part of my role, I do perform random inspections to our sites. And so I usually conduct about 60 to 80 a year. I help to oversee 40 sterile compounding facilities. And so it is definitely something that Lucy always has me available, and the Sutter Coast Pharmacy is like a second home to me now. So I'm always available to go visit.
No further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, any cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, just one question, though, I think. So, Dr. Horn, can you just explain, just kind of as briefly but distinctly as you can, how your role with Sutter Health became different after the probation when you became the consultant, and then therefore how it would change back once you're no longer the consultant if the probation is terminated?
So currently under the probation, my role in Sutter Health is to help maintain our compliance, to help protect patients, to help with overall meet the requirements of state and federal laws, and to really support our teams to make sure that they're doing the right things. That doesn't change whether I'm working directly for Lucy as the director of compounding or if I am her consultant. The biggest change that happens if she's no longer on probation is I won't be visiting her in person every 3 months. That's really the only change. I will still be the person that we have 3 compounding related meetings for different facets of compounding each month that her designated persons or herself attends. We still have an oversight committee where we help to support all of our directors and all of our sites for compounding. And then she will still have her random inspections that occur as a part of our quality assurance and quality improvement program.
Okay, thank you. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll move on then to board questions, starting with Mr. Hughes.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Jha?
Yes, Your Honor. So I got a couple of questions. How many pharmacists work in this pharmacy today versus before the citation? I mean, before the probation?
I wouldn't know the number of persons that work before probation. I believe her staff list is about 12, give or take. Lucy, is that right? Nod.
Let me stop.
10.
Sorry, Dr. Horn, I just need to hear from you.
Sorry. Okay.
It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so she has about 10 staff members, and you want to know how many pharmacists?
Correct. Rough number is fine.
4.
Now, are they all IV trained?
Yes.
Okay. In your analysis as a consultant, what was the root cause? Because this wasn't an isolated incident, right? There was something in 2016, there was something in 2017. Pharmacy did pay some fine, I believe. I don't recall the exact number, but so this hasn't been an isolated incident, and then this probation happened. So what was the root cause analysis in your opinion?
I think it's multifactorial, to be honest. I think that Sutter Coast is a very isolated region. So working with rural hospitals especially rural hospitals who aren't necessarily fully integrated into a larger health system. So Sutter Coast has a very unique history, although Sutter Coast, although Sutter Health oversees Sutter Coast, it still is managed by its local directors. And so when you look at a structure of local leadership and then massive changes in compounding regulation all occurring at the same time, if you do not have those strong voices available to say that the compounding standards are truly impacting patient care, and you don't have that advocacy coming from the local leaders to their local administration, they're going to oversee and not understand the infrastructure and the requirements of safety around compounding. So I believe the root cause of Sutter Coast deviation was possibly isolation due to the fact that it was a rural hospital in a very encapsulated place. It's very difficult to get to Sutter Coast there on the border. The highway is actually landslided. Sometimes it's challenging to get in and out. You have to go through the Oregon border to get down into there. So I think that they were very isolated from what was happening in the greater California, and that they did not have a system-based structure at the time to really help support. The people that they were hiring were often from retail that had no compounding related experience. They would post positions and not get hires and have a lot of challenges. And so Sutter Health has really changed and helped to develop a better system structure so that we know individually what's happening at all of our hospitals, not just small ones. And also, one other factor is Sutter Coast was one of the last to undergo construction for the changes in sterile compounding to bring them up to standards. And so that all of those played a major factor in having multiple repeated incidents, and then trying to hire someone to replace someone that wasn't doing well. They took maybe an applicant that wasn't experienced enough to understand, and without support, that person was also unable to move them to where they needed to be.
Okay. Last question. You being a very experienced IV pharmacist yourself and a consultant, you can see that violations were pretty basic. And these are the, I would say, minimum or a floor standard for a sterile compounding pharmacy. And they were observed there in this pharmacy, which, as you mentioned, is very rural. And I'm familiar with Crescent City myself. So what specific things exist now in your system to remove the person-to-person variability and let the system work, as President O mentioned earlier?
Yeah, great question. So a couple things. I mentioned that we adopted a compliance software that actually has a enterprise-based structure. So what an enterprise-based structure is that we have a master, and then everyone gets that master at each individual facility. And so what Lucy works on are basically, she can learn about, and then when she goes to employ things, she's getting the same information that we're giving to Sacramento that has 180 pharmacists, right, and technicians working there. And so that she has the opportunity to engage across our network of 40 compounding facilities. And then she also has a structure to where she has compliance tasks that are based on CCRs and USP. And so all of her logs and things, she doesn't maintain those locally. She has a system that allows her to have the standard up to date, that we have a whole governance body help her to maintain. When we need to implement sterile cleaners, it's not something that Lucy has to manage. We basically help the system by providing those things and providing them the education, and then they're able to roll it out. And that education is something that's standardized that they get, and then they can deploy to their team and customize it in any way, but then they also have the information available to them. So they have systems in place around documentation, logging. We also use an electronic medical record where the technology has significantly changed. And we've been able to meet all of the requirements that were listed for all of our facilities across the board. And so the board inspects all 40 of our locations, and we've been able to have no other findings. Most of these things, again, are a minimum of 6 years old. And so in 6 years, a lot can happen. And we really have developed a nice structure for Lucy with standardized clean rooms, standardized SCAs. We use standardized materials, and then we have systems in place like our electronic medical record, our system-wide master formulas, as well as our compliance log documentation that really help us to have the same experience all across our locations, even in a rural setting like Lucy's.
Sounds good. No further question, Your Honor.
Ms. Mercado?
Yes, quick question. Can you just for the record tell us the name of the enterprise-based software system you're using?
Yes, it's called Pharmacy Stars.
And can you tell us why you feel that they're the most competent to help you keep your organization compliant?
Yes, definitely. So the reason why Pharmacy Stars was viewed as our system as the top available, even over higher advertised companies, is because it has every module that we require for compounding and compliance in one place, as well as what I want to say by that is it's how we do all of our log documentation. It's how we document all of our competency. We can develop our own competencies. They provide us with industry-leading educators with ACP accredited education directly to us. We can even put our own education in and get it ACP accredited, and it provides our staff with those CEU credits automatically to their NABP. We're able to do all of our corrective action plans. Any type of notification or documentation that the board requires, we have pre-filled out forms to be able to respond to any of our issues so that the staff don't have to guess what they need to document. It's already pre-filled out for them, or not pre-filled out, but pre-formatted for them so that they can answer those mandatory questions and follow the algorithm so they always know what to do next and what to answer and what to capture in any incidents. We're also able to do all of our inspections of our pharmacy area using that compliance software. And so we were able to create something that was automated, that held all of our records, that tracked all of our changes, and it put everything into one place, which is an ideal thing for us.
And how often do you check the system to see how Sutter Coast Hospital is performing?
So we have a compliance, compounding compliance committee. And so I have a lead technician, and we get data, enterprise-based data, every single month that automatically comes to myself and then my lead technician. We review that all of that documentation for all of our sites, and then we monitor that monthly. We send any out of anything that we find that could be something that's an anomaly. We review that data for about a week every single month, and then we contact facilities where we think that they're either not documenting on time, or if they have any missed documentation, what could be the possibility of why that's occurred. We get notices the day of if someone misses a documentation, say the day before. We at the system level get a notice so that we can contact the facility next day and make sure that they've followed up to determine what occurred with that documentation. And so all of that stuff, we have real-time notices that happen both to ourselves at the system level and then to the local. Lucy gets that information as well as her 2 designated persons so that they're able to manage that locally. And then monthly, we have a very deep dive to make sure that there's nothing that is not being done from a higher system level perspective.
And just another question, or 2 more questions. Have you seen an increase of the compounding taking place since the changes happened? Are you able to see there has been no changes? It's been consistent.
Lucy compound, the site compounds very few compounds. So they average 2 to 10 compounds a day. I mean, that's almost not I mean, that's very, very minimal if you look at that compared to somewhere like Sacramento that could do upwards of 1,000 compounds a day. Lucy has always also been very proactive, as she mentioned. If there is a ready-to-use product available, even if it's through a 503B with CGMP requirements, they transition to those right away, or they use point-of-care devices for nursing to be able to have access to them 24/7. And so they do very minimal compounding overall. You'd look at about, I'd say on a high, they probably compound 40 CSPs a month. I mean, excuse me, I didn't mean a month, a week.
All right, thank you. And then just one question. If we were to take the steps to end the probation, the termination, how would the city of Crescent City benefit if we were to end the probation?
I think that any time that you have a hospital that is on probation, that it is just not a good, it doesn't put a good taste in your mouth as a patient who is going into a hospital to get care. I wouldn't see that as something that was positive, despite all of the work that this site has done. That would be a stain for me. That would be something that would make me question their credibility, to the point that maybe I might not want to get care there. And I don't have access to other options. And so I personally believe that ending the probation in a situation where the site has done everything they can and really demonstrated above and beyond that they have met and exceeded what the board needs them to do to keep their patients safe, that it's now a waste of resources to continue to overly monitor them on a probationary status. I think that a patient should feel confident in what Lucy and the Sutter Coast team does from a pharmacy perspective.
And what steps will you take to let your community know of our decision, regardless of the outcome?
I couldn't speak to that specifically. I think that would be a larger Sutter Health question. We have a media team. When this happened, we had a lot of media that notified. It went to our national pharmacies, that organizations, that Sutter Coast was placed on probation related to sterile compounding. I would like to see us put that back out, that we have been released from probation, to let the community know. We can remove the posted notices that we have in very public places in the hospital. That's a big key, just when you walk in, seeing a posted notice of probation. If that alone was done, I think that gives our community a better confidence, but I'd like to see us be able to notify that local community of this hearing and the findings if they're released.
All right, thank you. No further questions. Appreciate it.
Mr. Newell, any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Sanchez?
No questions.
Dr. Sandhu?
I have one question. Thank you for providing a really detailed description or giving a picture of what actually happens in your organization in terms of compliance, monitoring, and so on. Makes it better understanding as to what led to it. One question I have is that now that, if we were to remove the probation, you said that you personally on-site visits, if like in this case it was quarterly, but normally you could do it about 6. I didn't hear the frequency. Was it like a month or a year, or like how often?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is I have 40 compounding locations that span from Santa Barbara all the way up to the north. I have a rotation where I try to get to a minimum of 6 facilities to do a gap analysis inspection annually. So the reality is it really wouldn't be something where I would be in person every single year per se. I don't feel that Sutter Coast needs me there every year. I think that the board inspections have done an excellent job of keeping them in compliance and helping them to demonstrate that they don't need an inspection. It's a very small facility, and so I think it's not to minimize what they do, but it is very easy to go through their documentation virtually, to talk to their team, to stay engaged with all of their staff members, to look at their compliance, to talk to Lucy and Julie and make sure that things are keeping up. that I wouldn't necessarily have to be visiting them every year in addition to what the board already does for an inspection. So the reality is I would estimate that I was closer to visiting there every couple years rather than on an interval of yearly. But I'm always available to go if they requested me there because they needed me to see something, or we could use technology.
Excellent. So it's safe to assume that in-person visits are maybe, throughout the system, maybe happens every 2 or 3 years, but virtually you monitor it data regularly. And if it requires a in-person visit, you're available to go visit that. If the deficiency is not corrected or seems like it doesn't make any sense through the meetings.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's a fair assessment.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Tebow
No additional questions. Thank you.
and President O.
Thank you. No questions. KK and Satinder cover my questions. Just for planning purposes, after the questions are this petition's done, we'll probably take 15-minute break and then we'll hopefully go to next petition and then we'll go to lunch around 1 is hopefully the plan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shkan, any follow-up questions for this witness?
No further questions.
Ms. Jarvis, any final questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Any remaining questions from board members? All right, hearing none. Mr. Shkan, can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge, with the request as well that she be permitted to stay until the conclusion of this proceeding.
That's fine. Ms. Jarvis, any objection?
No, of course.
All right, Dr. Horn, thank you. You are released as a witness. Mr. Shkan, any additional evidence to put on, or are you ready to move to closing?
We're ready to move to closing. Thank you.
Ms. Jarvis, as I said at the beginning, if you'd like to make closing remarks, you may do so whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I have no closing, Your Honor. Thank you, though. I will defer to the expertise of the board. They had some great questions and I think got some very good answers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shkan, if you'd like to make a closing for petitioner, you can begin whenever you're ready.
I have just a brief statement. Like Ms. Jarvis, I defer to the expertise of the board. And you've heard from Lucy Dunn and Melanie Horn, who are in a much better position to address the concerns you have. Humbly, I would just offer a few points in summation here. Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy meets all of the criteria for early termination of probation. The pharmacy has submitted a detailed petition packet with all the required proof of compliance. I will not repeat and summarize all that evidence, but I would like to highlight a couple of points for you to take away. Sutter Coast has consistently taken full responsibility for the conditions and deficiencies that were observed that led to the accusation and to the sanctions. And they have never sought to deflect responsibility or to minimize the importance of the regulations at issue. To the contrary, well before the accusation was issued and the settlement agreement terms were entered into, Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy was working diligently to make improvements in staffing, in training, record keeping, in their practices, in their physical plant, basically a top to bottom remodel every aspect of their pharmacy operations at the Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy. So a lot of investment there, not just in time, but also in physical resources, in training. And that investment has continued ever since. Since the initial findings in 2020, the pharmacy has taken swift action to institute major changes, as we've summarized. So not only has the pharmacy undergone and passed quarterly inspections by the board-approved consultant, but it has also undergone and passed several inspections by the Board of Pharmacy during the course of the 2 years of probation. All of this is demonstrated in the written materials. So based on the evidence presented, this board can be assured that Sutter Coast Hospital Pharmacy is a model in the industry and takes pride in maintaining the highest quality standard. The pharmacy is well-staffed and has an effective leadership in place to ensure that we'll continue to maintain this standard of excellence into the future. One of the letters of support in your packet is from Jared Mills. You heard both Melanie Horn and Lucy Dunn refer to him. He's the Senior Director of Pharmacy for Sutter Health. He described his personal involvement with the physical renovations and all of the pharmacy's rehabilitation efforts. And he said something in his letter that really stood out to me and I think encapsulates the grounds for this petition. He said in the second paragraph, and I quote, "This team has proven that consistency in quality and regulatory compliance is now hardwired into daily practice." As you evaluate the evidence, I trust you will find that statement to be true, and there are good grounds to grant this petition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, for the people, is the matter submitted?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Shakan, for petitioner, is the matter submitted?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, the matter is submitted. The case is closed, and we are off the record for this petition.
Your Honor, so are you okay if we take a quick 15-minute break? We'll come back at 12:15.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back at 12:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 12:15,
But then
so
when
we'll
I responded to her, then
quick roll
it-
call.
her whole contact.
Make sure
ordered
everybody's
appears,
back.
And I was like, oh, all right. She
Uh,
was like, can we have a meeting?
Jeff,
9 to 5?
Mr. Hughes, hello.
Present.
Thank you, Jeff. KK?
Present.
Thank you, KK. Claudia?
Present.
Thank you, Jay.
Present.
Thank you, Jay. Ricardo?
Here.
Thank you, Satinder.
Present.
Thank you, Maria.
Present.
Thank you, Nicole.
Present.
Thank you, I'm here. All right, Your Honor, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have Dr. Connie present?
Yes, present.
Okay. Can you turn your camera on? There you are. Okay. You were present, I believe, for the previous hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have some idea of how this will go. Once we're on the record, I'll have Ms. Jarvis present the license and disciplinary history. I'll then invite you to put on any evidence you'd like to put on. If you want to testify, then Ms. Jarvis, and then each board member will have a chance to question you. And when all the evidence is done, the parties can briefly summarize at the end what they think the evidence showed and what conclusion they would like the board to reach. Do you have any additional witnesses besides yourself today, Dr. Connie?
No.
And will you have any documents that are not part of the 152 pages that have been identified as the petition packet and supporting document?
No.
Okay. Ms. Jarvis, anything to address before we go on the record?
No, thank you.
Dr. Connie, any questions before we go on the record?
No, thank you.
All right, we are on the record in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation of Parisa Connie. This matter is being heard before the California Board of Pharmacy with case numbers 7005 and 7075. My name is Sean Gavin. I am an administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who has been assigned to preside over this case. The OAH case number on this matter is 2025-090152, and I'd like to take the appearances of the parties, starting with the Deputy Attorney General.
Yes, good afternoon. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and I am appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
All right, thank you. And the petitioner is also with us. You can just identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Parisa Connie, Parisa, last name Khanr.
Very good, thank you. I will also now just do a brief roll call to establish a quorum. President O.
Here.
Mr. Hughes.
Present.
Mr. Jha.
Present.
Ms. Mercado.
Present.
Mr. Newell.
Present.
Mr. Sanchez.
Present.
Dr. Sandhu.
Present.
Dr. Serpa.
Present.
And Dr. Tebow.
Present.
All right, these members constitute a quorum. At this point, I will let the record reflect that, Dr. Khani, I've given you your instructions before we went on the record. If you have any questions about the procedures, you can ask them now, or alternatively, I can turn it over to Ms. Jarvis to proceed.
No, not at this time. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, Ms. Jarvis, you can give a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. So this matter is a bit unusual in that there were 2 accusations that were filed against this petitioner. The first was filed on January 13th, 2021. This was filed against multiple respondents, who some of you may remember. This was the Century Pico Pharmacy, owned by Joseph Amin. And then there were several other respondents, several other pharmacists who were respondents, and that included petitioner. Then the second accusation was filed on September 20th, 2021, again against Mr. Amin, but this time for his other pharmacy, Century Pharmacy. And there were 10 other pharmacist respondents, which also included petitioner. Petitioner was employed as a staff pharmacist at both pharmacies and was not the pharmacist in charge, or PIC. So the first accusation, the January 13th, 2021, was fairly short. It had only one cause for discipline, which was gross negligence for excessively furnishing controlled substances. In this accusation, petitioner personally approved dispensing 6 controlled substance prescriptions for 540 total tablets of oxycodone 30 milligrams. These prescriptions had numerous irregularities and red flags. This would include prescriptions that were not written on valid controlled substance prescription security forms, but prescriptions that were always written for 30 milligrams of oxycodone, the highest level available, and never any lower doses, including titrating up or titrating off. These prescriptions always had cash payments. These prescriptions had multiple patients receiving similar or identical treatment from the same prescriber, up to 10 patients per day. Then over 150 patients had identical diagnoses. Patients also traveled throughout the Los Angeles basin to see certain prescribers and then filled their prescriptions at these pharmacies, traveling many, many miles. These prescribers were also listed as, some of them, as internal medicine, and yet were prescribing for back pain. There were many, many other red flags, all of which are highly documented. Now, this investigation did span from 2017 through 2020. And so these red flags were well established and known throughout the pharmacy community at this time. However, I will note that petitioner personally approved dispensing 6 controlled substance prescriptions in those 3 years. Now, the second accusation, the September 20th, 2021 accusation, was an extremely long accusation. There's a lot of details. There's a thorough investigation that was done. And again, there were somewhere around 12 respondents. So I am only going to identify the causes for discipline that were specific to this petitioner. But in order to do that, I do have to kind of summarize the issues in general, because the petitioner only personally dispensed at least 65 controlled substance prescriptions. And so to just talk about her conduct does not give the board the full picture of what was happening at this pharmacy. So yes, petitioner personally dispensed at least 65 controlled substance prescriptions and over 7,000 units of controlled substances, despite multiple irregularities or red flags, including, again, cash payments, highest strengths of oxycodone prescribed, excessive travel by the patients, all similar red flags to those that I just described. In this accusation, petitioner also dispensed at least 35 controlled substance prescriptions, which included 3,330 tablets that were written on non-compliant prescription document forms. So the causes for discipline specific to petitioner were the 24th cause for discipline in the accusation. That was for violating her corresponding responsibility to verify prescriptions, again, for all of the reasons already set forth. And then the 25th cause for discipline against petitioner was for dispensing controlled substance prescriptions written on prescription documents lacking multiple required security features. I do highly encourage the board to review these accusations. There's a ton of details. It goes into a lot of back and forth with the pharmacy, with the records, but I'm really trying to keep this just specific to petitioner and still give you guys the full picture of what happened here. Now, petitioner had no prior discipline when these two accusations were filed, and there were no other aggravating factors. Petitioner entered into a stipulated settlement with the board for a 3-year probation term, which became effective on April 28, 2023. Therefore, petitioner has completed 2 years of probation and is eligible to submit this petition. Petitioner has been completely compliant with probation. In addition, the board investigation and prosecution costs apportioned to her of $4,000 have been paid in full. With her petition, petitioner provided the following documents. There was a narrative personal statement wherein petitioner addresses the steps that she has taken to rehabilitate and be compliant with laws and regulations governing pharmacy, as well as the adverse impacts of the probation on her personal and professional life. She also provided continuing education certificates showing that she has taken 42.75 hours from June of 2023 through May of 2024. There were 4 letters of recommendation, all of which were able to be verified by board staff. Interestingly, however, 2 out of the 4 letters informed board staff that they were not aware of petitioner's discipline by the board until they were contacted by board staff. I mean, I do believe that that makes them hold a little bit less weight. Now, in the letters of recommendation, however, the authors who stated that they did not know of the discipline, they appear to be writing more general letters of recommendation. They are both rabbis. They state that they know petitioner in her personal life. They do state that they have had the opportunity to observe petitioner in professional settings as well. And so they say such things as that petitioner is respectful, that she has attention to detail, that she goes above and beyond, is careful, and that she ensures that patients receive proper medications and counseling. Now, the other 2 letters are from pharmacists and pharmacists in charge who petitioner has or does work for. They both state that petitioner is thoughtful, compassionate, and meticulous, that she has excellent communication and clinical skills, and is more than capable of continuing her pharmacy practice without probation restrictions. Now, at this time, I would like to move all of the documents that I just identified, along with petitioner's license certification, the notice of hearing for this hearing today, the agreement for electronic reporting, and a memorandum to the board from board staff with a probation summary into evidence as Exhibit 1. These documents have previously been uploaded to Case Center and marked as Exhibit 1 for that purpose.
Dr. Connie, is there any reason you think the board should not consider the documents Ms. Jarvis just identified when they decide this case?
Your Honor, no.
All right, Exhibit 1 is admitted.
And at this time, I will cede the floor to petitioner.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Dr. Connie, if you'd like to testify, let me know so I can swear you in.
Yes.
All right, I'll have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down if you'd like. As you may have heard in the previous petition matter, the board has already had the opportunity to review the petition and the supporting materials submitted with it. So it's not necessary to go into great detail about those items, but this is your opportunity to explain what you think the board should know when deciding your petition. You can just explain in your own words what you think they should know, and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, actually, as soon as the issue were brought to my attention, I took the immediate corrective action to it. I completed all of the courses like a PBI ethics laws and the regulatory compliance with it. And then
Dr. Connie, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you're reading from something, I'll have you slow down a little bit. Even if you're not reading, I'll have you just slow down a little bit. It's just, I want to make sure that the board members can fully appreciate what you're saying.
I can start from the beginning if you want.
Yes, please.
As I said, as soon as the issue were brought to my attention, I took an immediate action towards it, and I completed all of the ethics, laws, PBI courses, and the regulatory compliance. And that courses taught me about the boundaries, and I just learned that I have to be able to say no when the answer is no. Before I wasn't like that, and I was so naive, but now I know that. And I also completed like more than the 40 hours of the C's, including pharmacy law, ethics, cultural immunization, cultural competency, drug abuse prevention, and the patient consulting. Also I learned about the personal risk factor of the ethical violations, laws, and the regulation of the pharmacy practice. These causes had a transformative impact on my perspective and made deep commitment to the ethical and the legal pharmacy practice.
Okay. Did you have more to say before I give Ms. Jarvis a chance to ask you questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Jarvis, if you have cross, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you. So Dr. Connie, in your personal statement, you wrote, and I quote, "My pharmacy license was placed on probation by the California State Board of Pharmacy based on alleged events," end of the quote. But these events are not alleged. You know, they were set forth in the accusation. They were proven by our inspectors, and you admitted to them when you went on to probation. So why, in this personal statement, does it seem like you're now trying to deflect the blame in this petition?
Actually, no, I'm not disagree with these things, but I just want to let you know that I was the staff pharmacist there, and in one of the pharmacies that was a Pico Century pharmacy, I just worked like 1 month in that pharmacy at that branch, and as a staff pharmacist, part-time. And also I didn't have any financial or anything, financial benefits or anything in that, in both pharmacies. I wasn't partner with the owner and nothing else. But no, I wasn't disagree with that, and I'm completely agree with the board decision.
So you only worked for Century Pico for approximately 1 month. What about the other pharmacy?
The other pharmacy I worked for like, I think 3 years.
And then, so you said that just a moment ago in your statement, you said that you were naive and that you have learned that you have to be able to say no. And before that, you didn't believe that you could. So prior to these accusations being filed in 2021, had you heard of corresponding responsibility?
Yes, I heard that, but when I attended the PBI courses, which was in 2 days, and I learned a lot from it, and I learned about every boundaries and everything that I have to be able to say no in some situation. From
No,
that,
I understand that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead and finish.
No, go ahead.
So I understand that, like, once this was brought to your attention, the accusations were filed, you were placed on probation, you did the ethics course, and you feel that you have improved your practice. But this investigation went from 2017 to 2020, right? That's the time period that we were looking at. In that time period, the board had spent considerable time and resources to educate pharmacists about corresponding responsibility and about red flags. So I'm asking, at that time, in 2017 to 2020, the time period that we were looking at in these accusations, whether or not you were aware of your responsibilities as pertain to the corresponding responsibility and these red flags before you dispense these prescriptions.
Actually, yeah, before that, I went to the Board of the Pharmacy website, and always they have my email. It comes up to my email that there is a Board of the Pharmacy, the new rules and the regulations. Most of the time, I should say that I went to the board website and they check everything.
So if you went to the website and you were aware of the corresponding responsibility, then can you explain to us your thought process in, for example, the 35 prescriptions that were not on appropriate prescription forms? How did you end up verifying and dispensing those prescriptions if you were aware of your legal responsibilities not to do so?
Yeah, the things that I did was just I took the cures, and then I saw if the patient didn't get it before or in the other pharmacies, and I just called the doctors, verified that with the doctors, or if the doctor was not available, some other practitioners told me that this prescription is correct, is right, and is written by that doctor. So I just write it on the prescription that this was verified by the doctor. And I took like a driver license of the person and make a copy of it attached to the prescription. I did those procedures, but I think one or two of the prescription didn't have that barcode with a number on it. And at that time, that rules recently come out from the board of the pharmacy that we have to look at that. Before that, it wasn't necessary on the prescription, but at that time, the rule just came out that every prescription has to have a barcode with a serial number on that one for the prescription to be valid.
So you said that you've learned now to say no. So were there prescriptions in that 3-year period, the 2017 to 2020, that you can remember, like now, as you sit here today, that you can remember that you would not have filled, but you didn't think that you could refuse to do so at that time?
Yes. I mean, I should use my knowledge, and I should use my common knowledge, and I should say no at that time to some of those prescriptions, I should say.
Can you tell me, just in your own words, what your understanding now, as you sit here today, is of your corresponding responsibility as a pharmacist to ensure that these prescriptions are written for a legitimate medical purpose?
At this time, I should say no, it wasn't for the legitimate purposes, because the doctor wasn't a pain management doctor, and even sometimes the doctor wasn't available, and then the nurse practitioner talked to me. And also from some of the prescriptions was from the long distance. The patient had to commute from the long distance to come to us, or maybe the doctor was a long distance. The address of the doctor was far from our pharmacy. So as of now, I have a knowledge that I have to make sure that I consider everything around that as well.
Okay, so the answer you just gave me, you identified several red flags that were present in those prescriptions that you are now aware of. But what I'm asking for you to do is explain to the board in your own words what you think is your professional responsibility to ensure that these prescriptions are legitimate. What is your belief?
Yes, it was my responsibility to make sure that every prescription is using for the legitimate use. And I have to make sure the prescription is legit. It has a barcode. It has a number under the barcode. As I said, I have to make sure that the is for the diagnosis code is written on the prescription. The doctor is close to us, or the patient is close to us within the certain amount of the distance, and also everything must be on the prescription, like a patient first name, last name, address, doctor DEA number, and I should always verify everything with the doctor himself or herself, and to make sure the doctor is pain management doctor, not another kind of the doctor to write for the oxycodone or those stuff. And it should be like start with a low dose of it and then titrate it up. They cannot just start with a high dose. So I should consider all of these things before, which I didn't.
Okay. And then, so these are all things that you learned since going on probation. Is that correct?
Yes, and I know it has to be for the legitimate use with the diagnostic code and checking the cures, barcode, everything legitimate. And the amount of the prescription, even it was so high, it shouldn't be that high amount, like it was for the 100 or 120 or 90. It shouldn't be that high. And also, as I said, it should be low dose. And then if the patient needs it, they can titrate it up. They cannot start from the high dose. And I learned all of those, yes.
Okay. So you didn't know a lot of that stuff before the accusation was filed and before you were placed on probation.
Right.
Okay. You were first licensed in 2003. Can you tell the board what you did between 2003 as a pharmacist and 2017? Where did you work? What kind of positions?
I was working as a staff pharmacy always, and I had a part-time job, never been full-time, as I had kids, small kids, and I had to take care of them at that time. And right now they are teenager. So I was working at Century Beverly Hills Pharmacy, and I was working at the Herbs Pharmacy. And also I was working at Rite Aid at the very beginning as a staff pharmacist in Westwood branch. So I was working on those pharmacies before that.
So other than that time period at Rite Aid, it sounds like that was shortly after you got licensed. How long did you work at Rite Aid?
It was for 1.5 years.
Okay. So other than that 1.5 year period, were all of your positions with independent pharmacies, not with chains?
I should say yes, it was independent pharmacist, but like when I was intern, I worked for like so many years for the CVS pharmacy as an intern. But as a pharmacist, I worked for the Rite Aid, and then after Rite Aid, I worked for the independent pharmacy. And the reason was that it was very hard that I worked for the Rite Aid because they want me during the weekend and they want me for the night shift, and I had a small baby at that time. And it was very hard for my personal life to continue like that. That's why I came out of it and I went to the private pharmacy to have more flexible schedule.
Okay, and if I was calculating it correctly, you worked for about 4 different independent pharmacies between, let's say, 2005 and 2020.
Yes, as a part-time, yes.
Okay. And for those 4 or so independent pharmacies, did each of those pharmacies have policies and procedures and training that you did during your employment there that talked about the corresponding responsibilities and different red flags in regards to dispensing prescriptions?
Yes, they just show me the self-assessment things that I had to read it and sign it to make sure everything is according to the law and the regulations of the pharmacy.
And when you did some of those trainings, did any of the trainings or these regulations ever address with you some of the issues that you say that you learned once you were placed on probation, such as, you know, cash payments, high dosage without titration, and patients traveling a long distance? Had you ever heard that in any of those positions before you were placed on probation?
Actually, on those pharmacies that I worked before, they didn't have that much controlled substance or the oxycodone or that things. And most of the patients were on the like a medical patient or the HMOs. So it wasn't that much cash. Even if it was like a controlled substance, maybe schedule 4 or 5, they were on the insurance. Not mostly, I don't remember anyone cash over there except this pharmacy.
And so would you say that when you were working at these 2 pharmacies, the Century Pharmacy and Century Pico Pharmacy, that it was a big kind of change that you were seeing so many cash patients and patients traveling from long distances?
Yes.
And did you think that at that time? And I know it's hard to kind of put your mind back, that it's now, what, 7 years ago. But at that time, did you think, you know, this is unusual, this is strange?
Yes, actually, at the end, I just felt like that, and I didn't work for that pharmacy anymore. So I just felt something is wrong maybe with that. Before the probation starts, I just came out of the pharmacy. I didn't work for that pharmacy anymore.
When you say that pharmacy, though, which one are you referring to? Because one you said you only worked for a month, and the other one for about 3 years.
Yeah, that one that is for 3 years.
Okay. And so when you left that pharmacy, do you remember the date that you terminated your employment with that pharmacy?
It was at the beginning of the January of 2023. Yeah.
So after the accusations were filed, but before you were placed on probation?
Before that, yes, exactly.
Okay. So you were aware at the time that you stopped working for that First Century Pharmacy, the one that you worked at for 3 years, you were aware of the accusations, you were aware of the disciplinary process that was working its way through the system?
Yeah, at the beginning, no, but at the end, yes, I was.
Okay. I'm afraid that answer doesn't make any sense to me. So I asked you, when you terminated your employment from Century Pharmacy, the one that you worked at for 3 years, at the time that you terminated, you were aware of the investigations that the board had ongoing and that the accusations had been filed against you, correct?
Oh, no, at that time, I didn't know that. After that, I was informed, like it was like around March, I think, or February.
Okay, but I believe you said that you left your employment with that pharmacy in January of 2023, right?
Yes, yes.
So these accusations were served on you in 2021, so 2 years before that. So you knew that these accusations had been filed when you were still working at this Century Pharmacy until January of 2023, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think maybe what you were trying to say, and please correct me, is that when you first started working for that pharmacy, you did not know of the investigations. But by the time you left, you did know about the disciplinary process.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, the investigation that the board did into these actions took quite some time as well. The board investigations were continued on essentially for the full 3 years. So they likely started before you started working there. While you were working there, but before 2021, did you know that the pharmacy was under investigation by the board?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell us why you want to be released from probation early? Your probation is scheduled to terminate in about 6 months. So why is it important to you that the board grant you this petition?
Yes, I want early termination of probation as a mother, wife, and a pharmacist. This experience taught me a big lesson not to doing anything wrong again, and this helped me professionally and personally. And I am a dedicated wife and a mother of 2 sons and 1 daughter who are teenagers, and they need me the most during these times. During the past 2.5 years, I didn't have that much time to spend with them while they needed me the most. So this probation put a significant emotional and financial effect on my family. Employment opportunity have been limited. And I have to travel long distance to find a work that accept a probationary license. And I have to commute 1 hour to go over there and 1 hour to come back without the traffic. Because of this probation, nobody wants to give me the job near my house. And this far distance has so much effect on my personal life. This stress has affected not only on my life, but only on my family well-being.
So you said that you commute 1 hour every day. And so where do you live and where do you commute to?
I'm living in Beverly Hills area, and I have to go to Bell Garden. Bell
Garden? Okay.
Yes.
So if your probation is terminated early, what will that mean for your practice?
So now I am confident and that I will be a better position to reconnect with my family, resolve financial stability, and rebuild my reputation in the pharmacy community. I will be able to resume care for the patient. For that reason, I respectfully request that my pharmacist license to be restored on restricted status. I have come to the terms with my past action and I will take full responsibility for them.
So that sounds great, but that's vague. What are your specific goals? And like, do you have a pharmacy that you would rather work at, that you think you could get hired at if you were not on probation?
Actually, most of the pharmacy near to my areas, yes, they told me they need somebody, but since my license is in probation, they cannot accept me to work for them. So I have of course, I have a better opportunity to work as a pharmacist near my house without the restriction on my license.
Okay. And then would it be your intention to continue as a staff pharmacist in independent pharmacies, or do you plan to leave that sort of the world of independent pharmacies and move anywhere else?
No, I'm going to continue to work in the independent pharmacy, but I'm going to for sure search the pharmacy to make sure no red flag, nothing before I start working on for them. And the reason is because I have like 3 teenager kids and I have to spend the time for them. So I have to work as a staff pharmacist. I'm not going to be a PIC, and I'm going to work full part-time, so I have more time to spend with my family and my kids as well.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. I'll now give board members a chance to ask questions, starting with Mr. Hughes.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I'm always reluctant to ask questions in these situations. Being a public member, I don't want to come across like I don't understand the pharmacist world, but the bottom line is I really don't. You know, I sit here as a public safety member or a public advocate, and sometimes my questions might seem elementary, and for that I apologize. If a pharmacist is maybe not recognizing the red flags and still filling prescriptions that may be, I'll say, risky, who's responsible to catch that? Is it the individual pharmacist, the PIC, or who's on the hook? Is it the pharmacy or the individual pharmacist who does the filling?
Is the individual pharmacist who does the filling, because the final check before the prescription goes out is rely on the pharmacist who did the final check. So the responsible person is that pharmacist that filled that out.
So where I was going with that is I was wondering that if you had multiple red flags and prescriptions coming in and you decided to fill them, were they being filled for a financial benefit for the pharmacy itself? Or were you just filling them because an order came in and you filled it and without giving maybe the proper amount of consideration to those red flags?
The thing is, I never had the beneficial interest of the payment with the owner. I mean, it was the owner that got all of the payment, and I wasn't involved at the payment things. And the technician was the one that does the insurance things or the cash things. I wasn't involved at that at all. And even for the cash payment, it was directly with the owner of the pharmacy, and I wasn't involved at that part of it. But in terms of the filling the prescription, I know it relies on me as a staff pharmacy and also the PIC.
Do you feel like you would have support? And I know that you're at a different, you're looking for different employment location now, but do you feel like you would have the support of the owner or the PIC that if you turn down these red flags, that they wouldn't look down on you? If it's a money-making scheme, if it's a way for maybe a pharmacist or a pharmacy to make more money by accepting those risky prescriptions, do you feel like you're, under the looking glass by the owners of a pharmacy to ensure that they're making money?
No, I don't want to involve with this owner of the pharmacy anymore. And I mean, to be honest with you, when I came out of the pharmacy, I was arguing with the owner and I didn't go back there at all, even though he was insisting me to come back. So I wasn't involved in any part of the benefits in terms of the money and those things. And I never want to work with this person or such a pharmacist like that.
Okay. Do you feel like the ethics courses that you have taken and you have all your certificates here of completion, do you feel like those courses were the key to ensure that this doesn't happen again?
Yes, actually, there was very informative ethics, laws, and the PBI courses that I took it in 2 days. All of them was very informative for me, and I got lots of the knowledge from them.
And were these new courses or these almost like remedial training? Are they something that, was it new information that you had never seen before?
Actually, the things that I learned from the PBI, it was new for me, yes. For the ethics and law, it was like half of them I knew it, half of them I didn't know that, and I learned a lot from them. And my knowledge right now is like much more than before. And I'm more confident right now.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jha, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Mercado?
Yes, just keep them short. Can you let us know your nationality and native language? I did hear an accent. Just wanted to bring that up.
Yes, I'm originally I'm Persian, and I came from Iran when I was like 18 years old, and right now I'm 48 years old.
And can you tell us, given that English is not your native language, how difficult is it to operate in a world of pharmacy with English being your second language?
Actually, when I came here from my country, Iran, I moved to New York first, and I went to the community college. I learned English as a second language. I went to the communication class, essay, writing, reading classes to improve my English for 1 year. And then I took some of the courses that is required for the pharmacy school, and then I applied for the pharmacy school. I went to the pharmacy school in New York, which was St. John's University. It's a very good pharmacy school at New York. And I got my bachelor degrees from St. John's University. Then when I married, I moved here to Los Angeles, California. And then in here, I took the board in California and also took the law exam in here, and I passed it.
All right, thank you. Were you aware of the opioid epidemic affecting the nation and the deaths from that epidemic during your work as a pharmacist?
Yes, actually, it was very hard. I mean, we were open, but sometimes nobody came to the pharmacy. It was very like everybody's requesting the delivery of the medication, and it was very slow. And we didn't actually provide the COVID vaccine or those things at that pharmacy that was before at that time. But as I said, I just work like once a week over there, not more than that. And
Dr. Connie, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think you're answering the wrong question. The question was about the opioid epidemic, not the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay. Could you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yes. Were you aware of the opiate epidemic taking place during your tenure as a pharmacist when the allegations were brought upon you?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I wanted to ask you about the CURE system. Did you receive any training on the CURE system, and how confident are you using the system, and how easy is it to actually analyze and formulate a personal decision based on the data given there?
Yes, actually, I always not only for the schedule 2, but also for the schedule 2 through 5. I always get the cure, and I just make sure that the patient gets it on time, and patient gets it for the legitimate use. And even I check the doctor. I go to the website to make sure that the doctor is practicing. The license is not under probation. The doctor is allowed to give this controlled substance. There is no problem with the doctor. And also, I just make sure that the patient gets other medication from us as well, not just only scheduled medication. And also, I always verify that with the doctor. Make sure the prescription, usually the prescription is like these days are electronically, which is much better than before. And I always check everything that is for the legitimate medical use. And for the cure, I just make sure regarding the patient's address or the doctor address is close to us, is not far. And patients, I just make sure the patients taking this medication and wants to refill it or get it again is not too soon, and is always on time.
Okay, but just very briefly, when you log into the CURE system and you look at that data, do you feel like you can make an informed decision? Is the system intuitive enough to allow you to make an informed decision and protect the public?
Actually, when I go to the CURE, I just log in, put the patient's last name, first name, date of birth, and check for the past 12 months in California. And the profile comes up.
Okay, so that is, do you believe, good, valid information for you to base your decisions?
Yes.
And you felt like you did the best of your ability every single time you dispensed? Or was there any confusion at any time?
No, I'm just comfortable to do that at this time. Yes, especially in this pharmacy. Yes, I'm very comfortable.
Just final question. When you were employed, you said you worked for them for 3 years and you had a disagreement with the owner. Were you ever assigned to dispense certain prescriptions based on you being a woman or being a foreign national? Was there any special treatment?
No.
You were just like any other pharmacist. You just follow the instructions. And you felt like you had the right training?
Not at that pharmacy. No, I didn't have the right training.
Okay. Anything else you would have liked to see taking place to help you make the right decisions that did not take place?
Right now, I'm just more educated, and exactly I know what to do with every single prescription. I'm not like before, and I'm not so naive like before, and I know every single procedure that I have to do with every controlled substance.
Okay, one final question. Will you feel comfortable now that you've met all the requirements? If you did see anybody not following the law, will you report them to the board? And will you be willing to testify?
Definitely.
Yes. That's an action you will take immediately?
Yes.
Holding yourself accountable as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Newell, any questions?
Yeah. Within the Cure system, and this is me being a public member and not knowing, but within the Cure system, doesn't it provide the alert for you in multiple, or let me ask, does it provide the alert for you? For example, saying doctor sharing or chronic opioid therapy or opioid high doses, are there levers in place there to prevent you from accidentally dispensing thousands of pills?
The Cure doesn't show me that things, but it show me that the patient took the, like for example, Oxy 30 milligram before and taking it again, and the amount of the medication, like if it's 90 or the 120 pills, and is like for the duration of the 30 days, for example, those information Cure shows to me. But in terms of the red flag or something, I cannot see it, but it showed me that is a time for this medication to fill it out, or it's too soon, you cannot fill it out for the patient. Those things I can see it in the Cure.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, any questions?
No questions.
Dr. Sandhu, any questions?
Yeah, just a few questions. Just want to follow up. It looks like hello, Dr. Khani. Thank you for taking the time to educate us on what has transpired since the probation. So question, it seemed like through your conversation and the questioning that had come prior to me, it seems like you have you didn't understand what the red flags or different red flags, and that education was lacking. And seems like you've done all the required board education and so on. With that in mind, can you walk me through like either the similar examples that were cited in the you were cited for, or maybe a different one where you identified actual example, or you identified the red flag, you either confronted the doctor and the patients and were able to say no, because in your clinical judgment, it would do more harm to a patient than it would benefit. Can you, since that training, how were you able to, can you walk what happened?
Yes. Are you talking about it recently or at that time?
Since you said that you feel much more confident and you have more education and you feel like you can make appropriate decisions, can you, like, if that's eventually you're doing it, protecting the public, and our job here is to make sure that you're making those sound decisions. And if you can walk us through maybe one or two examples where you had a patient walk in and you had to identify the red flag and you took all the appropriate steps that you possibly learned in this education, and you were able to prevent a patient harm or diversion.
Yes, actually, I just at this time when I check everything, like most of the prescription is like electronic prescription. When I get it, I go to the Cure and I just make sure, first of all, that this medication is written in the correct dosage, correct amount, correct direction, and also I check the doctor to make sure the doctor is not on the probation, and doctor inform, usually for the electronic prescription, that doctor name and the address, DEA number is there, patient's address, date of birth, everything is there. So I just want to make sure everything is correct, is in the, and I check the doctor to make sure the doctor is legitimate to write this kind of the medication for this patient. For example, if it's like a family practice, it cannot write like a pain medication for this patient. I just want to make sure is the correct scope of the medicine. And also, I just make sure that regarding right now, regarding the address of the doctor or patient has to be close to us. And also the medication has to, if the patient is taking it for the first time, it has to be taken at the low dose and then titrated up. It cannot start from the high dose. So I just, right now, I have more educated about all of those things. And I never give the medication sooner than the time that I have to give it to the patient.
I understand the steps that you do to go through to check to make sure the prescription is legitimate and all those things. I'm looking for, without divulging a privacy information of the patient or name or anything like that, I'm just wanting to see if you had a case just recently where you identified the red flag and you didn't think it was a good idea to dispense that prescription and you had to refuse it.
Yes.
Can you share an example?
Yes, actually, at that time, brought the prescription to me, and it was like oxycodone, like 30 milligrams, which is the high amount of the oxycodone, and the amount was like a 90 or 120 every 4 to 6 hours, which is for 30 days. The amount is so high. So all of those things are a red flag, and there is no diagnostic code on some of them. So all of those are red flag.
So what happened when you identified that and what did you do? What was your next step?
Actually, I called the doctor and talked to the doctor, make sure the prescription is from that doctor. Doctor verified that prescription for me. Or if the doctor wasn't available, the nurse practitioner verified the prescription for me. And I wrote it on the prescription that at that time and that date, I talked to this person and I signed it on the prescription. So I know that I did those steps.
So if the doctor verified it, were you in ever a scenario where you doctor verified it, you know it's a legitimate prescription, but it's still not safe, and you said no to the patient, and you said, doctor, I'm not going to dispense it under my clinical judgment. Is that ever happened?
At that time, I didn't say no. As I said, I was so naive, I couldn't say no.
No,
When
I mean,
doctor approves
no.
something. But now, yes, definitely, I would let them know that now I would let them know that this is not the like a high dose for example, for oxycodone. If doctor writes it like that, I would tell the doctor, even if the doctor says okay, I will let them know that this is the high amount and patient has to start with a low amount and then titrate it up. And this amount of the oxycodone is is too much for the patient. And I know all of those, and I would say the doctor, no, I'm refusing to fill that. Unless the patient is like a accident patient or the cancer patient or somebody that really needs to be on that from my judgment. So there are some exceptions, but otherwise I should say no.
Okay, I know you said you would say no, you should say no, but did that actually happen in your practice in last 6 months, or have you done that?
Yes, actually, I reject like 2-3 prescription because of that.
Okay, what happened in those scenarios?
I mean, the amount of the controlled substance was like a narco. It was narco, and it was like a 90, number 90 of them, and I just feel the patient is not an accident patient and is not that much in pain, so can have those. And I just called the doctor and I told the doctor maybe, and the narco was like a high amount of the narco, like a 10 milligram. And I just told the doctor, maybe you should start from the low amount of the narco. Because I just see that then you can titrate it up. I don't feel comfortable to fill the narco with a high dose at the beginning of it. I mean, without using any pain medication, or maybe you should try some kind of another pain medication first, which is like weaker medication than this. And if this doesn't answer to this medication, then you can just go to the next step.
So what was the outcome? What did the doctor do?
Actually, one of them accepted that. The other doctor said, no, I'm going to send the prescription to another pharmacy.
Okay, so you didn't, one case you didn't fill it, the other case you were able to adjust the prescription to lower dose and you went and dispensed it and
Yes.
annotated it. Okay, thank you so much. That's what I was doing.
Thank you.
All right, thank
That's all,
you,
Your Honor.
Dr. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have other questions, Dr. Singh?
No, that's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Serpa, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Tiba
No questions, thank you.
and President O.
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Khani, is there anything else you'd like to say on your own behalf?
No, as I said, just one more time, I'm just gonna say this, the reason for this early termination of the probation. I mean, my probation is gonna be end by the end of the April. But the reason that I want an early termination of the probation is because of the family and the personal life that my kids, as I said, are the teenager and they needed me during these 2.5 years, which I couldn't be with them. And is very like in my personal, it affect a lot on my personal life, personally and financially both. And also it was very disaster for me that when I was looking for the job near my house, nobody wants to give me a job. And they said, oh, no, your license is under probation, or we cannot accept you for as a pharmacist at our pharmacy. And this was very frustrating for me. And finally, I had to commute like 1 hour to go and back without the traffic to this place that accepted me.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
I'll give board members one final chance. Any additional questions? All right, seeing none. Dr. Khani, do you have any other evidence you'd like to offer either from other witnesses or other documents?
No.
All right. Then that takes us to closing argument. Ms. Jarvis, if you'd like to make any closing remarks on behalf of the people, you can do so whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And my only closing remarks in this case are that it is the responsibility of petitioner to show that she has been rehabilitated and that she is safe to practice moving forward. And while her petition packet was very complete and thorough, I do have some questions as to the letters of recommendation and some of the things that were said there based on petitioner's answers to some of the questions here today. At this time, I do not believe that petitioner has demonstrated sufficiently that she is entitled to this early termination of probation. However, as always, I will defer to the expertise of the board in this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Dr. Khani, would you like to make any remarks by way of summary and closing?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, in a moment, then I'll ask if the matter is submitted. By that question, I mean, are you satisfied you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument on your behalf? Ms. Jarvis, for the people, is the matter submitted?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Dr. Khani, for you, is the matter submitted?
It is, yes. Thank you.
All right, then the matter is submitted, case is closed, and we are off the record in this petition.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're ready to take a lunch break. It is 1:17. My OCD, I want to go for like exactly on the 15th minutes, but for the sake of time, we're probably going to have to do till 45 minutes. So we're going to come back at 2:05, if that's okay.
It's fine with me. Before we break, though, I have a question about the next petition.
Okay.
And it's a question for I don't, if it's, it might be for Ms. Jarvis, it might be for, I think, board counsel is Ms. Ganaway, and I think she's there. I'm not sure, but the petitioner, is it Dr. Armanius, are you there?
Yeah, and he's present, although I don't know, he's muted right now, so I don't know if he's currently in front of his computer.
Okay. I don't want to talk about your case if you're not here.
Yes, he is.
In reviewing the documents, it looked to me like the probation, it was a 5-year probation that began September 10 of 2020.
Oh, I believe he's told.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, he was told for 7 months, starting at, yeah.
That
I'll explain
clarifies things. That clarifies.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that there was an actual probation to address. Seems like there is.
Yes,
Okay,
there is.
very good. Okay. All right.
And
President,
one
you
moment.
said-
My apologies. Previous petitioner, Parisa Khani, did you have a question and a problem? You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I have a question. I just want to see if I have to stay till the end of the board or I can leave now.
You can leave now. You won't get the decision today. The board will meet in closed session after all the petitions are concluded, and you'll get the board's decision in the mail at some later date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hope everybody enjoys their lunch. We'll see you guys at 2:05.
Thanks.
Thank you.
To get back to the break the party. We always get carried away, chatting away. Hopefully you had a good lunch, Your Honor. And we'll take a quick roll call again. And we'll start with Jeff.
Public member is present.
Thanks, Jeff. KK.
Present.
Thank you, Claudia.
Present.
Thank you, Jay.
Public member present.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Here.
Thank you, Satinder.
Here.
Thank you, Maria.
Here.
Thank you, Nicole.
Present.
Thank you, and I am here. Alrighty, Your Honor, back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Dr. Armanius, can you go ahead and unmute and turn your camera on? All right, good morning to you.
Good morning,
Or afternoon by now, sorry about that. So it looks like there are 109 pages that have been uploaded to Case Center. I just want to make sure you have access to those and want to check if there are any others that you would like to be submitting.
No, Your Honor, everything looks good.
Okay. And then will you have any witnesses besides yourself today?
No, I don't.
Okay. I think you were present for the other 2 petitions, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So you heard my instructions that I gave to the others about how to go about the process of testifying, wait for the question before you answer, and then answer just what you've been asked. Make
Sure.
sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
All right. Any questions before we begin?
No, thank you.
And Ms. Jarvis, anything to address before we go on the record?
No, thank you.
All right, we are on the record in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation of Wasim Albert Armanius. This matter is being heard before the California Board of Pharmacy with case number 6670. My name is Sean Gavin. I am an administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who has been assigned to preside over this matter. The OAH case number on this matter is 2025-090-136. I'd like to take the appearances of the parties, starting with the Deputy Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and I'm appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
Thank you. We're also joined by the petitioner. You can go ahead and identify yourself, sir.
Hi, my name is Wasim Armanius. PH number 59305.
Thank you very much. I won't summarize the hearing procedures because you've sat through two prior petitions, but in a moment, I'll give Ms. Jarvis a chance to briefly summarize the license and disciplinary history, after which I'll have you testify, and then Ms. Jarvis, followed by any of the board members, can ask you questions. And at the conclusion, if the parties would like to make a closing argument to summarize the evidence and suggest an outcome, I'll give you the chance to do that as well. Any questions about that, Dr. Armonius?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And let me just check one thing here. Okay. All right, with that, Ms. Jarvis, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. This matter arose from an accusation that was filed on October 8, 2019. This was against petitioner's personal pharmacist license and his pharmacy permit for Alamo Pharmacy, DBA TMC number 4, where petitioner was the CEO, president, secretary, and treasurer/CFO, as well as the pharmacist in charge, or PIC. Petitioner closed his pharmacy during the investigation and while the investigation was ongoing, and so here he seeks only to terminate the probation for his pharmacist license. The first 5 causes for discipline set forth in the accusation were against the pharmacy only, but since respondent was the owner, operator, and PIC, I do believe they are relevant here, but I will be brief. So the first cause for discipline was for receiving the return of controlled substance without proper registration. Petitioner had accepted the return of at least one prescription for a controlled substance without being registered as a collector with the DEA. The second cause for discipline was failing to maintain accurate records of acquisition and disposition. Petitioner had many large overages of medications based on several audits done and based on statements from patients that they did not receive the medications that had been billed to their insurance. One patient had 13 prescriptions billed, paid for by insurance, but never received. And then audits showed that in 2016, there were 91 prescriptions which were billed through insurance and were never dispensed, and those charges were never reversed. That in 2017, there were 194 prescriptions billed, paid for, were never dispensed, and those charges were never reversed. Additionally, at least 37 prescriptions were billed. However, the prescribers stated that they never authorized those prescriptions. Blank, but signed, prescription forms were also found in petitioner's pharmacy. The third cause for discipline was that the pharmacy failed to keep a current inventory for at least 3 years. The fourth cause for discipline was unprofessional conduct involving moral turpitude, dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or corruption, essentially for the billing fraud. And the fifth cause for discipline was for furnishing dangerous drugs without a prescription, as described relating to the second cause for discipline as well. So then the next causes for discipline were specifically against petitioner as the PIC, and they involved his actions specifically taken by him as a pharmacist. Now, these are mostly repeats. Some of the code sections are slightly different because they are for the individual license versus the pharmacy permit. So the sixth cause for discipline is for accepting that controlled substance prescription return without being properly registered, similar to the first cause for discipline. The seventh cause for discipline is failing to maintain accurate records of acquisition and disposition, so similar, is essentially identical to the second cause for discipline. But here, petitioner could not account for overages of over 132,000 grams of lidocaine, over 270,000 grams of diclofenac, over 34,000 capsules of omeprazole, and over 214,000 tablets of naproxen. I have to believe that these are the drugs that petitioner believed that the insurance companies would not notice were being billed but never actually dispensed to patients, as they are low-level, non-addictive, not highly regulated, and mostly maintenance-type drugs. The eighth cause for discipline was failing to keep a current inventory, as already discussed. The ninth cause for discipline was for unprofessional conduct involving the moral turpitude, dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or corruption, again for the billing fraud. And then the 10th cause for discipline was for furnishing the dangerous drugs without a prescription, as again previously discussed. Now, in aggravation, however, petitioner had 3 prior citations, one for a medication error, one for failing to report to cures, and one for falsifying or failing to provide documentation substantiating the completion of continuing education hours during an audit done by the board. Now, this is another case where there are many details as to the board inspector's investigation that are set forth in the accusation. The facts on this case are very important, and I encourage everyone to read it closely for a thorough understanding of just how good the evidence was against petitioner and his pharmacy permit, but also just how hard the board inspector had to work for it, because petitioner attempted to hide and obfuscate the truth at every turn. Petitioner entered into a stipulated settlement with the board for a 5-year probation term, which became effective on September 10th, 2020. However, petitioner was unable to secure regular employment for approximately 7 months, and so his probation is currently scheduled to terminate on April 9th, 2026. But that said, petitioner has completed more than his 2 years of probation and therefore is eligible to submit this petition. Other than that single issue with employment, petitioner has been completely compliant with probation. He is currently employed part-time in 3 different pharmacies to make his mandated 80 hours per month to prevent his probation from being further tolled. And additionally, petitioner has paid the board investigation and prosecution costs ordered of $38,970 in full. With the petition, petitioner provided the following documents. First, a personal statement, wherein petitioner addresses the steps he has taken to rehabilitate and be compliant with laws and regulations governing pharmacy. Petitioner provided continuing education certificates showing that he has taken 400.25 hours total, and 274.5 of those hours were approved and taken between July of 2023 and September of 2024. Petitioner provided 9 letters of recommendation, all of which were verified. Only one of the writers stated that they were not really aware of the discipline when they were contacted by board staff, but they appeared to actually mean that they didn't have personal knowledge of the underlying conduct, because then they actually proceeded to discuss the discipline with board staff. So I think that statement is a little bit misleading. I think that that person was just taking the question from board staff a little bit too literally. There is then a letter that states petitioner has made a $10,000 donation to Overdose Lifeline. And then there's a letter stating that petitioner made a, quote, impactful donation to the Coptic Orthodox Church of Los Angeles. There is no dollar amount provided for that donation. In the letters of recommendation, 3 of the authors appear to be the owners or supervisors at the pharmacies where petitioner works. They all state that petitioner is strictly compliant to all pharmacy laws and regulations, corrects them if they make mistakes or even just could do things better, demonstrates rehabilitation, and takes steps towards professional development and self-improvement. 3 of the letters appear to be from other pharmacists who don't appear to have supervised petitioner. They've just worked with him, but they all sing his praises, stating that he is an exceptional pharmacist with commendable work ethic, that he goes out of his way and goes the extra mile to help patients. And finally, one states that petitioner had filled in for him after he had a heart attack and was in the hospital, and that petitioner then refused compensation for his work during that time. And when that pharmacist returned to his pharmacy, he received high praise from his patients for petitioner. And that pharmacist also found no mistakes or errors made by petitioner during the time that he was working in that pharmacy. The last 3 letters seem to be from members of petitioner's church. They speak of petitioner's faith, his mission trips to Kenya. They state that they were shocked by the discipline because they have always known petitioner to be honest and trustworthy, as well as selfless and devoted to self-improvement and personal transformation. Now at this time, I would like to move all of the documents just identified, along with petitioner's license certification, the notice of hearing for this hearing today, the agreement for electronic reporting, and a memorandum to the board from board staff with a probation summary, all into evidence as Exhibit 1. These documents have previously been uploaded to Case Center and marked as Exhibit 1 prior to today. Thank you.
Dr. Armanius, is there any reason you think that the board should not consider the documents that Ms. Jarvis identified a moment ago when deciding this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then at this time, I will release the floor to petitioner.
All right, before that, I got ahead of myself and I did not establish a quorum for this matter. I need to just do that briefly. I'm going to do a roll call for the board members. By answering that you're here or present, you'll be signifying that you are both present now and have been present since the outset of this matter. President O,
Here.
Mr. Hughes,
Here.
Mr. Jha,
I'm here.
Ms. Mercado,
Present.
Mr. Newell,
Here.
Mr. Sanchez,
Present.
Dr. Sandhu,
Present.
Dr. Serpa,
Here.
and Dr. Tebow.
Present.
All right, thank you for that. I apologize for doing that out of order there. All right, that takes us now to petitioner's testimony. Dr. Armanius, would you like to testify in this case?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll have you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down if you'd like. I'll have you say and spell your name for the record, please.
Wasim Albert Armanius, Wassim Albert Alber Armanius Armanious.
All right, this is your chance to explain in your own words what you think the board should know when deciding this case. You do not need to repeat in great detail any matters that are already included in the petition paperwork, but you can certainly highlight things that you'd like for the board to pay particular attention to, and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, sure. I have an opening statement I would like to share with the board.
Okay, is it something you'll read from?
Yeah.
Just make sure that you keep your pace and volume at levels that the board can hear you.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon, Your Honor, Deputy Attorney General, and board members. I would like to thank the board for allowing me to petition for early termination of probation today. I understand I have the burden of establishing sufficient rehabilitation with clear and convincing evidence, compliance with all terms of probation, and the ability to practice pharmacy with the highest ethical and professional standards to be able to grant early termination of probation. First, I want to clearly acknowledge my past misconduct. My actions were unprofessional and placed the public at risk and totally damaged the trust of the patient, the board of pharmacy, and their profession. So I'm deeply remorseful for my actions and behavior. But at the same time, I'm so grateful for the disciplinary action, because without probation, I might have not reached the level of self-awareness and accountability I have now. Probation was painful, but was a crucial turning point in my life. It gave me a chance to reflect, confront my wrongdoings, and to grow into a different person. I hope what I present to the board today will clearly show my rehabilitation efforts and accountability to protect the public and complete dedication to serve my community. I was placed on probation for 5 years with my stipulated settlement scheduled to end September 10, 2025. During that time, I complied 100% with all the probation terms and conditions and paid all costs of investigation in full. But due to COVID, back in 2020, my probation was stalled for 7 months. This made it extremely difficult to find a job. But I didn't let this period go to waste. Instead, I dedicated this time to self-improvement. I seeked spiritual guidance. I listened to YouTube videos, TED Talks related to ethics, accountability, cultural differences, and professional responsibilities. That time became an opportunity to rebuild myself and deepen my rehabilitation. I started to realize that ethics and discipline in pharmacy is just not a theory, but it's part of everyday pharmacy decisions. I also learned how small decisions can snowball and lead to big ethical issues. Ethics is basically doing the right thing even when no one's watching. Throughout my probation, I came to realize that bias, whether conscious or unconscious, can affect the way I perceive things, interpret situations, and make decisions. This does not excuse my action. However, it helped me to understand part of the problem. I now recognize that I have my own vulnerabilities, triggers, and weaknesses, and it's my responsibility to be aware of them and be able to manage them. I did work hard to internalize the importance of accountability, transparency, integrity, ensuring my decisions are guided by ethical values rather than self-justification or external pressure. I also learned that cultural differences can affect the way we perceive interactions and situations. The cultural competency training combined with my own reflection taught me that every patient and colleague may experience the world in different ways, and it's my duty to approach every interaction with empathy, respect, and openness. One of the powerful ideas I took from a TED Talk was that being a good person can sometimes prevent you from being a better person. This lesson taught me that good intentions by itself is not enough. I must consistently evaluate, improve, and hold myself to higher standards. This insight has motivated me to embrace humility, continuous self-reflection, and lifelong learning. Also, as part of my rehabilitation, I completed all the courses that's required by the board, but I went even further and I read Pharmacy Ethics and Decision Making by Joy Wingfield. That book helped me understand how ethical decisions are made, how to strengthen them, and most importantly, it encourages me to practice professional reflection, not just compliance. I realized that compliance alone is not enough. It's about cultivating integrity as a mindset. This shift from simple compliance to continuous reflection has been one of the greatest changes I have made to my practice. But also above all, the ethics course was extremely insightful. It provided real case studies that I could directly relate to, which made the lessons practical and meaningful. The group work component was especially powerful. Listening to others share their stories and challenges helped me recognize my own vulnerabilities and triggers. It showed me that ethical decision-making is not just about knowing the law or following rules, but about understanding how human weaknesses can influence your behavior and learning how to manage them with self-awareness, reflection, and integrity. Now I would like to share my rehabilitation journey and steps I have taken. First is my professional development and ethics. I completed all courses in pharmacy law, ethics, and cultural competency. These gave me real tools for ethical reasoning and decision-making. Second, I focus on accountability and self-reflection. These practices help me measure my actions, hold myself accountable, and stay disciplined. I now understand that consistency in small, honest decisions is what creates a lifetime of integrity and compliance. I also sought spiritual guidance and personal growth. I worked with my pastor, engaged in counseling, confronted my weaknesses honestly. This process gave me humility, taught me to take ownership of my flaws and turn them into strength. I dedicated myself to community service and mission work. I spent time in church activities, Bible studies, community service, and missionary work. These experiences grounded me and reminded me that pharmacy and life in general is ultimately about compassion, service, and protecting others. I grew in cultural competency. The cultural competency course mandated by the board reshaped the way I see patient care. I learned that cultural competence is not just about understanding differences, but about practicing empathy, respect, and transparency in every interaction. On the personal life, my life has changed profoundly. My wife and I recently welcomed our first baby. Becoming a father gave me an even deeper sense of responsibility. Now I know I must lead by example, not just for my patients and colleagues, but also for my family. I stand before you today as a different man from the one who began that probation 5 years ago. I have embraced accountability, humility, and discipline as part of my daily life practice. I have built daily habits of reflection, honesty, and ethical decision-making. I have learned to recognize and manage biases that once influenced me. And I have also invested in education, spiritual growth, community service, and family responsibility. I am fully committed to protecting the public, rebuilding trust, and practicing pharmacy with integrity, transparency, and dedication. At closing, I humbly ask the board to grant an early termination of my probation. I believe that my compliance, my rehabilitation, education, my service, my personal growth all demonstrate that I have been fully rehabilitated, and I'm ready to continue my career as a responsible, ethical, and dedicated pharmacist. Also, I would like to share the restriction of probation and long commutes I face makes it difficult to balance work and family. Early termination would allow me to find employment closer to home, to better support my wife and my baby, and a chance to continue serving my community while upholding the highest standards of integrity and professionalism. Thank you so much for your time, your trust, for allowing me to share my journey with you today, and I'm grateful for giving me a second chance. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Jarvis, any cross?
Yes, thank you. So, Dr. Armanius, how did you get to the point in your practice when you were running your pharmacy where you were committing this billing fraud as alleged in the accusation when that accusation was filed against you?
How?
Yeah, how did it happen?
How did it happen? Well, basically, the pharmacy that I took over, they were doing 30 prescriptions at the beginning. It was inside a medical building. So I feel like we didn't return prescription to stock. I wasn't hands down in the process the way it's supposed to be. It started simple, as I said in my statement. It's a small ethical decision that snowballed into a bigger volume. Because I started with 30, 40 prescription. I wasn't using shortcuts. I wasn't doing the right thing at that point at all. If a prescription is returned to stock, I don't have any, I had only one clerk with me. So I'll be like, okay, let's do that tomorrow. Let's do that tomorrow. And it's just started to build a habit of not returning prescription to stock or not caring about inventory and manage it in the right way. It was a failure on my end to do the right thing.
When you're saying
and then
30
it
to 40,
snowballed.
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
When you're saying 30 to 40 prescriptions, what do you mean by that? Is that like a day, a week? Like,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, when I got into the pharmacy, I was doing about 30, 40 prescriptions. And then there was 8 doctors in that building. So gradually per day, we were able in a year and a half to push it up to like 300, 400, 500 prescriptions a day. We used to provide a good service. As you stated in my recommendation letters, I'm good with patients. I try to help them out and do the best thing I can. So my culture is like to helping patients was more important to me than looking into prescription and having an inventory specialist and doing the right thing.
I see. So you mentioned a couple times, I think, like your bias and your culture. Can you explain a little bit more? You said that your bias had influenced you and maybe had led you down this path. What did you mean by that?
Sure. I mean that sometimes bias, conscious, of course, if I committed fraud, it was intentional in a way that according to a conscious bias for self, it was like elements in hindsight for personal justification and trying to like be very rational in what I do. And there's a personal interest at that point and convenience. And that led to committing fraud. And that wasn't my conscious bias. Unconscious bias was internal pressure. I felt I was young, I want to get married, I'm Middle Eastern. Like my family keeps asking me like, oh, when are you going to get married? So I wanted to run that pharmacy fast and quick and get it to where it needs to be because it was no work-life balance. I was working like 17, 18 hours to fill all that because I never had a staff and all of a sudden it get too busy. So imagine you have only one clerk and you fill like 200 prescriptions per day. And then hiring and firing till you find the right people. So the process was really out of whack. It wasn't supposed to be this way. It didn't like escalate gradually. It just went very quickly into that margin. And there was an internal pressure that I wasn't aware of. And it's like, oh, let me get this successful. Let me get it where it needs to be. So in case I want to sell and get my life back, I'll be able to do that. So I was, without consciousness, I felt like I need to improve. I need to do good. So I don't like to fail. I like to be successful. So it was part of the success based on CVS culture from before is how many prescriptions you fill per day. So I was trying to run it to come to where it needs to be. And I was providing a good service. So people would recommend like family members, other like, you know, and the doctors in the building, they get feedback and they see that we were really doing a good service in that aspect. But we were not very good with inventory, with committing fraud, with billing things and not following through to see if it's been dispensed to the patient or the patient come to pick it up or we do day 14. That part I was lacking for sure. And that's what, think about it. It was small at the beginning, so I didn't care that much. And then it started to like get out of control. And I knew like I'm not doing the right thing. I knew I'm gonna get in trouble at some point. I didn't know how or why that would happen, but I felt like it will happen because I'm being careless in controlling my inventory and controlling what I do on a daily basis according to the laws. And we do waste and like fraud with waste and abuse training, and I know that I wasn't supposed to do that. It's just like, I don't know, you get too busy and caught up in the midst of all this, and you're being successful and you feel like everything is looking good, and it's like, I'm going to start working on this tomorrow. I'm going to start working on this tomorrow. But tomorrow gets busier, and after tomorrow gets busier, and some person leave and some other person got hired. So it was more of taking care of the patients than anything. And I ignored a lot of aspects, which was a failure on my end to control the process in the right way. What I mean by cultural differences, I'm Middle Eastern. I was born and raised in Egypt. I got my pharmacy license in Egypt. I moved here to, like, I did the board exam in 2003. I was a pharmacist in Washington, D.C. And after that, I got to California in 2007 when CVS took over Savon. I was an immersion team leader pharmacist at this point to be promoted. So they gave me a role in California to see how I'm going to function and how I'm going to handle that. So according to me, and my dad is a pharmacist, my brother, my sister, everybody is a pharmacist. I come from a pharmacist family. And my dad owns a pharmacy back home in Egypt. And I felt like, okay, whatever ethical here is not ethical back home. So I wasn't really not trying to be ethical, which I wasn't. It's just like, it's like your mind continuously challenging the way they do things over there versus here. There, the pharmacist is like a doctor, people going for consultation. He can substitute medications, stuff like this. So I feel like cultural differences also was part of why that happened. Like I felt like I used to go with him every day to the pharmacy when I was a little kid. And I've seen it in a little bit different ways. So unconsciously, it affected the way I perceive ethics till I start to learn about ethics and study the courses and see the ethical decision making. When you start to have that SMART goals and you look into everything in the right way, this is when I figured out, oh, I was lacking so much stuff in this area.
Okay, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me. But it sounds like, kind of to summarize that, you would say that you were focused on dispensing prescriptions and dispensing higher and higher volumes of prescriptions versus maybe the more technical aspects of running a pharmacy, the more business aspects.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay.
That's pretty much what happened.
So at this time, at the time of the investigation, you closed your pharmacy. And since then, you have not operated a pharmacy, right? You've been working as a staff pharmacist during probation.
Mm-hmm.
When you are released from probation, because even if your early termination isn't granted here today, you still will be off probation next year. Would you be interested in owning a pharmacy again?
Well, this is, at the meantime, I don't think I want to ever open a pharmacy. And that's for a few reasons. First reason, now I focus more on the family. I just got a baby and I need to support my family. I need to be there for my wife, especially we don't have anybody that lives close by from us. Even my in-laws, her parents live like 2 hours away. So it's very challenging, especially our baby has reflux. He's taking famotidine, and then you need to keep him upright after every feeding for like 30 minutes to an hour. Otherwise, he will throw up everything that he ate. So imagine my wife is by herself doing all that throughout the day. She's feeding the baby every 2 to 3 hours, and yet she has to stand up and make sure he's upright for like 30 minutes to an hour. And then an hour after she does this, I feel like it's a lot of work for her to do. And I want to focus more on the family and lead by example and be such a good leader in the house. That's my main focus now, rather than opening a pharmacy or owning a pharmacy. It's not part of what I'm thinking of right now, and I don't think I will ever do it in any near future. And the second thing, honestly, it's not encouraging. You look at Rite Aid, you look at Walgreens. I work in 3 different pharmacies, as you stated. And the reimbursement is not good. So it's like it doesn't help itself out. It needs someone that fully focused and dedicated at that meantime to be able to make it successful. Otherwise, Rite Aid would not have closed. Walgreens would not have been sold out. So it's a lot of dilemmas and a lot of insurance and action here at this point that's affecting the pharmacy and the profitability and managing that. And I don't have time for this at that moment. I just want to focus more on my personal life and my family and be such like I don't want to miss every moment now. I want to enjoy it, and I want to be there with my family and like enjoy that time more than anything. I feel like this is the most important thing I want to accomplish now.
Okay, so my next question might be a little bit speculative then, but if you did decide to reopen a pharmacy, how would you prevent yourself from sort of sliding again into this type of fraud?
Okay, sure. I don't think I will open any pharmacy anytime soon, but whatever, if I ever decided to open a pharmacy in the future, I feel like I did learn my lesson. I feel like I'm very confident in knowing the reasons behind why that happened. Like bias, as much as it sounds not a big deal, but it really was a big deal for me. I think conscious and unconscious bias was a big deal. Ethical decision is something that you do when no one is watching. So it's like you being a man of ethics. I have a family now, I have a boy, and I want to lead by example, and I want to be such a good example for him. And ethics and behavior is very important in this manner to my family. I was thinking about it the other day when I was trying to like meditate on the hearing part, and I felt like, okay, how can I trust my baby or my child in the future? It's basically two things. Honesty. If he's honest, he's telling me the truth at all times. That's one very important thing. And then the second thing is if he is doing the right thing, even when I'm not watching. And this is the whole goal. So those are the only two things that will make people have good behavior and ethics. So I want to be that way. That I want to lead by example. I want him to be like that. So there's no way I will repeat my mistakes. The situation, the social aspect of everything has changed. The motivation as a single young pharmacist that want to explore the world and like fill as many prescriptions and I don't have this in my personality now. I'm more focused on my family. I want to just provide and enjoy that in that sense. Enjoy every time that I spend with them, travel, do more things, take care of my baby. I want him to be raised healthy with two parents around most of the time. I still gonna have to work, but I don't want to come back home and my mind is busy. And as you stated, I know I was doing something wrong. So even if I go home, I don't have that much peace because God created us with conscience, and the conscience will tell you something is not adding up correctly. Maybe you didn't know how that would happen, but I had an internal feeling that could happen, and that takes your peace away. And I don't want that. That's much more important right now than owning a pharmacy.
Okay, so at the time that you do get off probation, again, either through early termination or next year when your probation terminates naturally, what is your plan? Like, why do you want this petition to be granted?
Well, number one, I wanted to be here today because I wanted to express to the board I am extremely sorry for my behavior. And I want to build that trust. And in order for me to build that trust, honesty has to be part of it. And self-reflection has to be part of it. And doing the right thing when no one is watching. So I want to assure to the board that whatever mistakes I've done in the past, I don't think I can do it again in the future for too many different reasons. Number one, I learned about ethics. Now I can look into decision-making. I can self-reflect. My commute was so much to work, but it was good. I never complained because I self-reflect. I look at myself. I look at my actions, and I meditate on whatever is happening. So it helped me to be a better person, take more ownership of my mistakes, be more self-aware of what I do. That all helped me in my progress and in my personal development. That's beside pharmacy. And then I would never compromise this because it's not only affecting my professional level, it's also affecting my personal level on the other hand.
So, and I understand your answer, but that's all very kind of conceptual and broad. I'm looking for specifics. Like, you're working for 3 different pharmacies right now. Do you have an idea where you want to work if you got to the position where you're not on probation? Do you have leads on that? Do you know what your career path, what is your plan for your career path at that time?
Well, here's what I think. I don't really like take 10 steps ahead till I see what's going to happen. But I know that I'm spending like 3 hours per day commuting to work. And I just feel like this is a lot of time that I waste other than spending it with my family. So definitely, gradually, I can go back and find a job closer to home. My passion is what I did for CVS. I was an immersion team leader, and then I got promoted to a regional support pharmacist. So I would take projects throughout like a whole region, like 150 pharmacy in the pharmacy operation, and go and talk to pharmacists and pharmacy managers and see how we can improve the process. Even if I didn't do the right thing myself, but that was my job. I like to develop people. I like to help them to be better at what they do. Helping people, it's part of my nature and gives me satisfaction and makes me feel good about myself. So if I ever find a job to be able to help people out in the pharmacy profession within that like aspect, I would definitely do it. Otherwise, I'll look for a job closer to home in Orange County, and then I probably can just work like 9 to 5, 8 to 4, whatever, like 8-hour shift, and be closer to my family and get to spend more time with them and be able also to provide. But I don't have specifics. I don't have plans yet. But those are my plans. Either I'm going to work closer to home, or I'm going to look for a job in development or like on a managerial level if I can't find this. But after the probation, I don't know how things it's gonna be.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. We'll move to board questions, starting with Member Hughes.
Thanks for the opportunity. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Jha,
No questions, sir.
Ms. Mercado.
Hi, thanks for being here. Well, congrats on being a dad. I just wanted to clarify, you said you have a boy, but if you had a girl, your behavior would be the same, right? You do it for your child?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so just to clarify that point. And also, if we were to terminate your probation early, what message will the board be sending to all of the 40+ constituents of California?
What message?
40+ million people living in California, based on your previous records.
Well, based on my previous records, I feel like ethics need to be more focused in the pharmacy. The pharmacists think naturally he's ethical, but we all not really perfect. And a lot of us make mistakes. So I think ethics has to be like more tangible in a way for people to see how ethics can make you deviate based on your conscience, based on your mindset. It's a process. Ethics is a process that you have to embrace in the concept of your mind, to be able to have a good behavior. How can they self-reflect their actions? Because many of those pharmacists, they don't mean, I don't, like when I went to the ethics course, you see everybody is regretting what they've done. So I feel like everybody is good deep inside, but they're not the best people and they make ethical issues. Many of them does, including myself for sure. I'm like on top of the list. But I really feel like ethics has to be more studied in the pharmacy, cultural differences, how the way you were raised, how you come here to this country, and then how does your perception reflect what you do? How can the internal pressure that you're not aware of can affect the decision that you make? How all that can cloud your judgment in a way that you tend to lean towards small ethical lapses, you think it's not going to snowball to something big. But at the end of the day, ethics is ethics. It's everyday process that everybody has to follow. And you have to self-reflect with yourself to be able to see if you really made the right decisions. Like follow the ethical decision-making steps of like how you identify your issue, how you gather information, how you see who's affected. One of the golden rules, if that happened to somebody else, would I like it to happen to me? Can I treat people with dishonesty in the same way I did? No. If the answer is no, then why do I do it to other people? So the message I want to really feel like cultural competence is great, but I feel like we need to add a little bit of cultural differences for people to embrace the idea of how they think and understand that ethics is not something that comes naturally. It's something that you need to work on the concept of your mind. You need to train yourself how to think ethically, and that needs compliance, and that needs convenience, and that needs time for you to be embraced the idea. And then you check on your behavior to see if it's really reflecting your ethics in a way that's up to the pharmacy standards, but even not like outside pharmacy standards. It's good for on a personal level too. So it helps you to be like a better person either way, on the professional and personal level for your own development.
All right, thank you. I just had another question here on your records. I did see that you took multiple courses from PharmCon. Some of the courses you took were an hour and a half, 15 minutes, 25 minutes. What led you to take all those courses, and what did you learn from doing that exercise? You were
Well, I
doing
will
it for a few years.
Yeah, it helps me. I mean, it helps me to stay on track with the pharmacy, especially that I'm only working like not full time. As much as I can, I'm working like in 3 pharmacies, but it's all part time to be able to work 80 hours per month. So help me to stay focused with the pharmacy standards, with new diseases and everything. And some of them as like remedial education that had to do with ethics and laws and diversion of drugs, like a lot of things to stay on track with the pharmacy and the new policies and procedures, and like stay within this like educate myself basically.
Okay, so it kept you focused on your job and kept you engaged.
Yeah.
Any final takeaways from this experience? I know 7 months is going to go by fast. So regardless of how we decide, are you going to feel sad or disappointed if we say no, or are you going to feel happy if we say yes? I mean, is it that you're doing this for your personal gain, or do you really feel that you're doing this to protect the public?
No, I'm doing this. Definitely, it's not for personal gain. It's for protecting the public. And the reason I'm here today is to prove to the board that I'm not the same person I was here 5 years ago. I'm not the same guy. I completely changed. I worked on myself. My ethical behavior has completely shifted towards patient's interest and selfless personality. It's not about what I want. It's about what's the right thing to do. So it's like I came for a hearing before one time a couple of years ago, and I wasn't too honest. And I felt like it's my responsibility today to come, say everything truthfully, be very transparent, and explain to the board everything that happened. So for educational level and for my own honesty, that I would feel more comfortable being very transparent.
All right,
So
thank you
it's
so much.
not on the personal level, because I don't think 6-7 months would make a difference. At this point, I just wanted to rebuild the trust with the board more than anything, and explain to them I'm very thankful for giving me a second chance. And it really meant a lot to go on probation, as much as I said, as much as it was painful, but it helped me to be a better person in too many different ways.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Newell, any questions?
Yeah. Do you feel as though you caused harm? And if so, how?
I'm sorry?
Do you feel as though you caused any harm towards your patients, towards the profession? And if so, in what ways?
Hi, how are you? Good. Okay, so basically, I feel like, of course, it goes harm. Anytime you don't follow the law has been put to protect the public. So anytime you don't follow the law, you harm the patient, whether that was directly or indirectly. So I feel like, of course, I caused harm because, like, let's say, for example, if the insurance, let's say, for example, after a certain margin, they get to pay more. So I harm the patient in a way. Maybe I get them to pay more for one medication at some point. Maybe I harm the patient and harm the profession by being dishonest and disrespectful in a way that I need to process that. Pharmacy is a privilege. It's not something that you own. And then you have to stay on the standards to be able to function. So you could have harmed the profession by being dishonest in how you fill prescriptions.
More questions?
Mr. Sanchez, any questions?
No questions.
Dr. Sandhu?
Yeah, I just have one question. Thank you. Congratulations again on being a father.
Thank you.
And the question that I have is, you mentioned several times about self-reflection. Like, to me, that means that you somehow looked inside you and realized what you did was wrong. Can you share some of the pathways, techniques, or strategies that you used to do a self-reflection? Maybe some sort of cognitive therapy, or was it a meditation, yoga? What kind of a strategy did you use to self-reflect and find out that what you were doing was unethical, it was harming patients, and what you learned, how that process worked? I know that you did extensive amount of courses and all that work, and I know that you, at least many of us, you could read that. It doesn't mean that it changes you from within. But I'm interested in seeing that, how does What did you do that changed you?
Okay. So I think there's a couple questions here. What did I do? When do I do meditation or self-reflection?
No,
Well,
it's not necessarily meditation. Those were just the kind of.
Oh yeah,
It
self-reflection.
could be like whatever technique you did to self-reflect to come up with that.
Well, let's say after the accusation happened, I started after the accusation. I didn't start after the probation. I felt bad about what I did because, as I said, you feel like you're ethical, but you're not really ethical. So it starts to hit you in a way that you get in denial. Why me? Why me? And then it starts to take ownership of your mistakes. And during that moment of a time, I needed to figure out what is the main cause. What did I do wrong? Why did it lead to all that? And this is when you start to self-reflect about the situations of whatever happened, and then you start to listen to YouTube videos. Seeking spiritual guidance was good because you're being very transparent with the pastor. You get to tell him everything, and that creates some sort of humility inside you. So it helps definitely in a way. I didn't seek any therapy. I didn't feel like I needed it, but like while I'm driving, I do that and I listen to YouTube videos, whether that was psychological or religious in nature. I can do both actually, because sometimes they take the psychological aspect and they also embrace it and talk about your behavior and that led to certain actions in your life. So either I do it in the gym, I go to the gym like 4 or 5 times a week. So during that time I listen, I take long walks sometimes. And also while I drive, I meditate and I listen to things. And then I compare it to what I did. And is that really me? Did I do this for that reason? And you start to figure things out more about yourself. I definitely can say 5 years ago, I didn't know much about myself like the same way I know right now. I know how to manage my problems. I know how to manage my vulnerabilities. I know how to watch my thought process in a way when to stop and do not move forward with this because it's not the right thing to do. So basically, it's a learning process. I can't say it happened in 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. It's just a learning process, and it's going to keep with me for life. It's a learning process, and because we all make mistakes, and every time I make a mistake, I have to self-reflect and look at what I did wrong. It doesn't have to be something ethical. It doesn't have to be something big like what I did in the past. But even like personally, sometimes you don't make the best decision that you could have done. So it always helps you to be on the right track and to grow and be a better person. And that's the whole goal of your life, basically, to how can you grow more and be a man of character, a man of integrity, and like be good at what you do. You feel comfortable with your personality in that manner. But it takes a lot from adjusting your concept to your behavior, and then it reflects in your actions, and then you track your actions and you go back to your concept and you see what led to that. And of course, all the stuff I listened to helped me with all this.
Thank you very much. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhu.
Dr. Serpa.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Both you and Ms. Jarvis spent a lot of time talking about the medications that were not credited when not picked up, the return to stocks. But in the information in the case, it talked about a significant number of prescriptions that were filled without physician authorization. Can you talk about those? How did that happen, that prescriptions were filled without a physician's authorization?
Okay, so this is basically she's referring, are you referring to the prescription pad that was bearing the doctor's signature?
That's a separate issue, but there were actual prescriptions that were showed as being filled within the pharmacy system that when the physicians were asked, they said that they did not authorize them.
Okay. The 30, that's in, okay, let me just, because I think I know, that's in AGO. That's AGO 101.
I'm reading it from the original decision, and it's marked as paragraph 50, so I'm not quite sure what document that's in.
Okay, so can I read it and then explain? Can I just read it and then explain? So in AGO 101, it talks about the inspector contacted KM, Director of Human Resources of Pioneer Medical Group, and provided her with an Excel spreadsheet of a list of prescriptions which were dispensed under Pioneer prescription records. On January 4, 2019, Inspector ED received a statement from KM stating that the following 37 prescriptions, which were documented, are dispensed in response to the computer system in the pharmacy, Digital RX, and they were not authorized by Dr. RJ nor physician assistant DA. I think that's what you're referring to, Dr. Serpa, right?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, when the inspector came into the pharmacy, she found an empty, like a blank prescription pad with a doctor's signature. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to explain this, because last time I wasn't too clear about it. And this time I really feel like I have to enlighten the board and let them know exactly what happened. So that's in response to an insurance company audit that I received. And those 37 prescriptions, okay, let me just rephrase it. So that was in response to an insurance company audit. And I failed to take, while I was doing the process as I get busy, I didn't take verbally everything and document everything into writing. So I realized that I didn't have copies of those prescriptions. And those prescription basically has been taken over the phone verbally. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to locate those prescriptions in the pharmacy. So I wasn't trying to falsify any records. I was trying to provide those hard copies to the insurance company. Because, like, let's say the doctor tell me, write that prescription verbally. I didn't take it. Those 37 prescriptions, okay. Are you following through? Like, what happened? So basically,
I hear what you're saying, but I'm concerned is that the inspector spoke to the physician and the physician said that he did, or he or she did not authorize them. That's the question.
okay. The question, what triggered this, okay. Those, I never dispense any prescription, honestly, I never dispense any prescription without the doctor's signature or without taking it verbally. So even when I had a prescription pad, all those prescription has been authorized by the doctor. But when the inspector went to the Pioneer medical assistant to check on those records, there's 8 doctors in this like medical building. The one that only said that, it's only 1 out of the 8. So if that mistake could have been like on a bigger scale, you would see why. But maybe I told the doctor, hey, would you mind if we can give the patient diclofenac gel beside the naproxen because they have some stomach pain? So the doctor probably authorized it with me on the phone, but he failed to put it in the computer system because I never done any prescription without a doctor authorization. And then they say in the AGO 101, that's 37 prescriptions, but we fill like 500-600 prescriptions a day. So I think it could be an error. It's a mistake on my end because I didn't have everything documented and ready to go. So whatever the doctor said, we have to go with, honestly. But that's just a very small number compared to the volume of what we do. If I do it, then it's going to be like everything else, like the numbers on those prescription, the quantities. It will get into a habit of doing it, and it would have been much, much more than that. But I honestly feel like it's just not, it wasn't like that. It was just misdocumentation more than anything at this point for those 37 prescriptions. But I never really, like, I failed to verbally take that prescription and handwrite it and scan it in the pharmacy system because I was by myself. It was too busy. I said, I'm going to do it by the end of the day. And a day goes by, second day goes by, it gets busier, and I lacked that process. So I feel like I never had the exact documentation. I failed to maintain the right documentations in the pharmacy, and that's moving forward. I would never do that, but that was due to the fact that I was using shortcuts and I wasn't supposed to. I was supposed to document everything and get everything done like on timely manner. So take the prescription verbally, echo the prescription back, scan it in the computer system. Or when I get an audit, I should have contacted the doctor and get all those hard copies that were verbally taken. And I would have been able to catch that 37 prescriptions and let them know exactly what happened.
Okay. Similar questions regarding the same document on number
Sure.
46. It talks about a list of medications that were specifically documented as patients not receiving and were not credited back to the insurance. My question is, why is it that the list of medications are the same drugs? Why do you think that the inspector found that 2 or 3 specific drugs were commonly not credited? When you had such a busy practice, I would have expected that to happen everywhere with all different types of drugs.
I agree 100%. So Dr. Supa, what happened was she received an anonymous complaint about the pharmacy. So when she came for the investigation, she only went for those drugs. Her main concern were those prescriptions. So she really focused when she pulled the computer data system, she was only pulling an Excel sheet for those medications. So she called only patients on those medications because this is where the complaint came from, on those medications.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Tebow, any questions?
No additional questions. Thank you.
And President O, any questions?
I do. So first, Mr. Armonius, welcome back.
Thank you.
I just think I need to hear from you. I'm trying to make it clear in my mind. So for what I see, I'll be honest with you, the billing practices to me were done for financial profits. To me, I, you know, even with a little grain of salt on the number and the packets quantities of the prescriptions that were overbilled, it's the amount that I personally don't think can be explained by things were not returned to stocked thing. So, and I think I heard you when Dak Jarvis asked you about your practice. What I heard was things were very chaotic. I understand you filled a lot of prescriptions. I feel you. I understand when it's busy, it is very difficult. But I just need to understand you're saying is that, yes, this was for financial profits. Or are you not saying that? Or are you just saying this is just because of chaos? I think I just need to hear that so that I can move forward from this.
Financial profit. So I
Okay.
ignored everything else that would be inconvenient for that. So that was like ready fills, the prescription that will go on
Thank
ready
you.
fills every
That-
day.
Thank you. And there were deliberate acts that were committed, correct, on your part of overbilling?
Yes.
Okay. That helps me. I really appreciate that. So, one last question for me. Tell me the reason why the board puts a practice requirements, although I know that makes it very hard for our licensees, is because we want you to demonstrate that you are capable of standing up, taking and making the right decisions for instances that occur every day in a pharmacy, wherever it may be. Tell me an example on your, during your probation the last few years, where because of this, how you were able to make a different decision, how you spoke up maybe to the pharmacy owners or the pharmacists in charge that you work for or the employees that you work with. Tell me a specific example that, tell me an example where you kind of were able to stand up, and make the right decision. Any specific examples? Because I think you're on the right journey, right path. Just hoping to see there's some examples there.
Okay, so basically there's not one example because I'm not the decision making in the pharmacy I work at. And when you are on probation, they see you as like number 2 pharmacist. Sometimes they ask me for recommendation based on like workflow and stuff like that, because that's what I used to do with CVS. But there was no example. The only thing I implemented, if the prescription is not taken verbally, if it's taken verbally and has to be translated into writing, has to be scanned into the computer system. So no prescription that I would ever verify that is not in the computer system, for the sake of making sure that whatever I did in the past, no one will come and say that wasn't like prescribed in the first place, and to make sure everything is done correctly for the public safety. Outside pharmacy, I got pulled over by a cop like a few weeks ago. and I had my first baby was a week old, and my wife and my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law in the car. And then the cop was he stopped me for just a moving violation. It wasn't a big deal. The car just made it's a Tesla and an FSD, and it went in the wrong direction. So he stopped me, but he started using profanity and cussing, and the baby was crying in the back, and then he didn't really stop. So to stand up for myself, I just had to file a complaint with this California Patrol Highway. They found him guilty, and then I went to the court for the hearing, and I had to tell the judge what happened. I just don't like anybody to treat anybody with disrespectful and with dishonesty or with taking advantage of anything. And I would stand up for anybody, so that wouldn't, not for me, but I didn't want that to happen to anybody else. Because it causes emotional stress for my wife when there was no need for it. So even in my personal life, I take everything very seriously. I plan everything in an ethical way. Before, for example, before the probation, I would get sometimes speeding ticket. Now I plan my day. There's no need to do anything wrong. If I can plan my day, watch the speed limit, do everything by the book, why not? And now I never had any tickets over the past 5 years. So even in my personal life, I start to cultivate an ethical behavior that in everything that I do. But in the pharmacy, I don't think there was any situation where I had to make decision for it. I don't make decisions now. So it's more of I follow directions, but thankfully and thank God, and I'm very lucky and grateful that the pharmacists I work with, they're very ethical. So they told me a lot along the way how to be ethical. It enforced your ethical behavior for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. President.
Dr. Armanius, any additional statements you'd like to make on your own behalf?
No, I just want to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. I understand I made a lot of mistakes in the past, and it was serious allegations, and it shouldn't have been that way. I totally regret every single decision I made to harm the public or to disrespect the profession in any manner. And I would like the board to know that if I trust that when I get my license back, I will never do this again, but I'll be very trustworthy, and I'll work on building that trust back as well. And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
I'll give the board members one final chance.
Your Honor, I have one more question about, so Mr. Arminius, about the lidocaine 5% and the sodium omeprazole bicarb and the naproxen 550, you admit that also the reason why those were targeted was for the financial gain as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, President.
All right, any other board members with additional questions? All right, seeing none. Ms. Jarvis, did that question trigger any additional questions for you?
No, thank you.
Dr. Armanius, any additional testimony?
Thank you so much, Your
Honor. Dr. Armanius, would you like to call any other witnesses or present any other documents?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Jarvis, I just want to make sure that the petition packet is thorough and complete. The cover page mentions it says 2 years have elapsed from the February 17, 2023 effective date of denial of the last petition for early termination of probation heard by the board. Is that prior decision part of this packet?
It is not, Your Honor. It was not included. Would you like me to upload it to Case Center?
Not necessarily. It's not really. I don't know if the board is going to want to consider that. If the board is going to be considering that, then it should be part of the record. But what the board will consider is really up to them. And so let me ask President O, I'll have you speak on behalf of all board members at this point. Is that prior decision something that you would like uploaded as part of the petition packet?
I think that actually is not, necessary.
Okay. All right, there's our answer then. All right, Ms. Jarvis, would you like to make any closing remarks?
Yes, Your Honor. Give me one moment. So at this point, my recommendation to the board is a little bit more general, frankly, as all of mine have been today. The expertise of the board and all of the board members is always necessary and appreciated in these matters. This petition packet is impressive. It has been quite some time since petitioner was placed on probation. However, the conduct underlying this probation was pretty severe. It's conduct that I think if we were looking at a similar case today would probably result in revocation rather than probation. So that makes it really difficult to say that this 5-year probation that petitioner agreed to back in 2020 should be terminated early. So again, deferring to the expertise of the board, I do think this was an excellent petition, but that the conduct underlying it was so severe that allowing an early termination might not be in the best interest of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Dr. Armanius, would you like to make any summary remarks in closing?
I just want to thank the board for everything that they do. And without probation, I wouldn't have been the same person. It helped me to grow on my personal level and on the professional level as well. And I appreciate every single day. Sometimes you have to go through hardships in life to learn how to be a better person. And for sure, that helped me to be a better person professionally, and helped me to develop a better personality, and helped me to be a better father and helped me to be a better leader in general and make ethical decisions in my life. And if it wasn't for those 5 years that I take a step back in my life and relax and chill and be able to self-reflect, I don't think I would ever been that person. For sure, 100%. And I appreciate every member of the board for what they do. And I appreciate the hard work. And thank you so much for your time and for listening out to my journey. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. In a moment, I'll ask if the matter is submitted. By that, I mean, are you satisfied you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument on your behalf? Ms. Jarvis, for the people, is the matter submitted?
Submitted, Your Honor.
And Dr. Armanius, for you, is the matter submitted?
Submitted, Your Honor.
All right, the matter is submitted. The case is closed and we are off the record. President O, I'll kick it back to you for additional proceedings.
Thank you all for your time and attention today.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to thank members of the public for your participation today. As indicated on the agenda, the board will now convene in closed session. Adjournment for the day will immediately follow closed session, and there will be no other items of business discussed. Members of the public, thank you for joining the meeting today. Your Honor, we're going to handle closed session first, so you're welcome to join, I think, if that's okay. Or is she supposed to stay out? Because we got to do you first, Corinne. McFall? Yeah, it should be very quick. Sorry, Your Honor. So we'll have you wait in the lobby while we do our quick closed session, and then we'll admit you into our closed session.
It's fine.
Okay.
I'm here as you need me.
Thank you. This is the moderator. I will begin closed session now.